Whoa! Man, just shut the f up, bro. Oh, sure.
Off?
Gamer subs.
Yourself.
I'm actually disabled. Every time I fart, I smell shit. What the f was that on her Twitter? What the f? Mods ban Mantis for 24 hours.
Ew!
Looks pretty decent.
What the fuck are you eating, you fatty?
Oh,
Dirty boy.
R-U-N. Shut the f up.
Well, I think you should just fucking kill yourself, Looksnipper.
Yourself.
I'm gonna suck you, James. What the actual sucky suck is?
What is that llama?
Can you please moan again,
I'm
please?
spending it on.
Ohio Skibbity Riz!
Pussy tight, pussy clean, pussy fresh.
My soundboard. I'm beating my soundboard.
Pussy tight,
Now.
pussy tight, pussy clean, pussy fresh. Pussy fresh.
Yeah.
One time saw a penis and I enjoyed it.
was the most truest thing you've ever said.
Thank you. Oh, good night, bro.
Okay, what the fuck was that? Did you shit yourself?
I wanna see the very slaves that no one ever earned.
What the fuck was that?
What are you doing knockoff exactly?
Pussy!
Holy fuck, Stewie, I'm shitting.
I prefer not to watch streamers who shit their pants.
Gonna need a sensu for that one.
Sung Wong Chong, Ching Wong Wong Jong Jung.
Shut up.
I needed to pee for so long.
Then pee. Do it right now in my mouth.
Virus found. 10,000 porn videos found on user's computer. FBI will now investigate your computer. Virus found. Virus found.
Monkey boy peasant, get up and clean my chimney so you can get her weekly ration of bread.
What the fuck? Who did that? Curious.
Hey chat, you reckon I should just drink that entire thing and just end my life? Hit 1 for yes. Oh, so cute. Aw, what a dumb piece of shit.
I'm taking it.
Hey, how's your day today? Oh, that was sick. That was awesome. Holy shit.
Just up the road from Clan by the Push Wingus to go get a few rubber.
Is he racist? That's awesome. You're dead. You're dead. You're dead. You're fucking dead. You're so dead. It's so weird. The way he does that. I'm not gonna get first one. I love cock. Cock and badge. Why, James? Why? Hey boys, how are we today? Hope we're doing well today. How the fuck are we going, guys? Playing Overwatch. I'm gonna catch up on some Overwatch action for a bit. Might be streaming for a little bit. And then we'll see how we go tonight with how I'm feeling. But yeah. Happy to be streaming some Overwatch. Feels weird playing this game after a hot minute, you know? Oh god. Yeah, it's nice. Nice to do that. Oh, thank God. I was waiting for Hulk to get banned. I have no idea why. Hope we're doing well, honestly, guys. It's been a hot minute. Hope we're keeping well. Are we looking after ourselves with the heat? The heat is a bit of a nightmare at the moment for me. I was out today. Watched Zootopia 2. I watched Oz. No, it was Wizard of Oz. No, Wicked. Wicked. Let's go Polar Hog. Feel like have fun. Hope we all play well. Let's see how the people are at 2 o'clock in the afternoon on a Friday afternoon, right before the weekend starts. What's everyone's plan for the weekend? Whoever is listening to the chat right now. Hope we all have a lovely weekend. Who got caught the storm we had? The storm was crazy last night. Not as bad as the first one we experienced a couple of nights ago. Maybe about 2 or 3 nights ago, we had a very bad storm. It was pretty wild, honestly. Alright. That's what we get. Hog, Ryan. Nice. Ryan dead. Reaper? What are you doing, Reaper? I'm trying to get Reaper if I can. Don't worry, I died. My bad. That's a bit of a silly thing to do, not gonna lie, but oh well. Oh well. No, they're pushing a bit. No, there goes a Pharaoh, that's fine. No. Well. Where is the thing? What was the thing? You got Zenny? Oh, that's a really cool... Is that from the World of Warcraft? A collaboration with Zenny? That's kind of nice, actually. Zenyatta gets some pretty nice looking skins. Like, genuine good skins, because Monk is such a broad thing, and so many different sorcerers and magic themes can go so well with Zenyatta skins. Oh, this song. Should I go for it? No, I won't go for it. I'll go for a healer if that's the case. Nice. Maybe not. Probably not a good thing I do, to be honest. Reaper's got ult. Yep, and there it is. my bad for the late call out. I'm gonna try and push them off the point if I can, but they're all here. I won't be able to do much here. Oh, maybe Pharaoh. Reptile. Yeah, I died. That's alright. I got whole hog for the next push. Oh, my bad. Didn't mean to do that. No! He baited my hook. How can people do that? How can people bait my hook? Is it that obvious? Like, is it that easy to read? I feel like it is, to be honest. Oh no, you have to like... When you're Ryan, you have to really like pretend you know what you're doing. Thank you, Mercy. Thank you, Mercy. Oh, I am backing off. Fuck that. Too many people though. No. That's alright. Nice, nice. This is front. Reaper. Bro, his invincibility is fucking annoying, bro. I'll do my check, can we? That's alright. Oh. That's alright. Hey, Rogue. How are we, Rogue? How you going, bro? How's things for? We just started streaming. How you been going? How you been holding off the heat? It's hot outside. Yesterday was pretty wild. Very hot, but then out of nowhere we got a big storm. Did you felt the storm we had yesterday in the afternoon? It was wild yesterday. It was really, like, seriously, it was actually crazy. No, it's crazy, that hook, though. Holy shit. That hook was crazy. Oh, my God. That hook was... Did you see the hook? That hook was actually crazy. Oh, my God. That hook was wild. Sydney SC, editing... You're editing a book? Oh, is that for your assignment? Is that your massive assignment? Yeah, bro. Is that for your assignment, or was it like a build up to your assignment for your massive thing, if whatever it's called? Like that. Might have to maybe go around the outside. Oh, thank you, Zenny. Thanks, Zenny. Massive. There you go. Right, Reaper's dead. Try and get the supports if we can. That's alright. Good round, boys. Good round, boys. Looks good. Personal project. Oh, personal project. Oh, sorry. Still on your holidays, aren't you? Nice, nice, bro. Nice, bro. No silence yet. Not yet, bro. It's going to get there. It's going to get. Good round, boys. That was good. That was good. Do you guys want me to change off Hog? Be on a different tank, maybe? I don't mind being whatever. I always had less experience on every tank except for Hog. Are you excited to go back to university, bro? Or are you a bit nervous, bro? Because this is your last year. They might go a bit harder on you with like the tougher assignments, I feel. I don't know. It's how I feel. That's what I normally do. So no one's answering me with the question I asked of changing a different tank. No one said anything. I don't care we lose this game. I'm having a fun time. I'm talking to Rogue too. I'm happy with that. Talking to chat is so fun, honestly. All right, I'm a gambler right here. All right, hey guys, look. Hey guys, look. I'm big audio one. I'm big audio one. Hey guys, look. I'm big audio one with the gambling. I'm a bit worried because I got 6 weeks to go through 300-page workbook. 300. This was my brother. Thank you, bot. 300. Can you just divide them up? So, okay, if you get 6 weeks, how many times can you actually start going through your books? Because I feel like you should divide up the 300 pages by 6 weeks, or by how many times you'll be going through it. Like if you're going to be going through for like about 3 hours each day, divide it up and make it like a healthy amount of numbers, you know? Oh, I hate how they go backwards. That's so annoying. Where's Reaper? Where's Reaper? Oh, Reinhardt's here with Reaper. Reaper dead. Might back off a bit, maybe. That's alright. We got the Reaper, so that's good. Oh, thank you, Mercy. Thank you, Mercy. Appreciate it, bro. Thank you. Nice. Good shit, boys. Good shit. Moira, Moira. And Ash. They're going Ash now, by the way, too. So watch out, squishies. Oh, bro, I hate how they go backwards. Dude, my biggest things I want to do as a gamer, I want to be more unpredictable. I'm already pretty wild and disposition myself a lot as a Roadhog. Dude, he mid. This guy's a sweat. This guy is such a sweat, bro. Watch out for Reaper, eh? Watch out for Reaper. Yeah, watch out for Ash and Moira, please. And Ryan as well. Yeah, he definitely got ult. Cool. Fuck yeah. Nice. Let's get this point now, guys. Cool, 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 cool. Good shit, good shit. I got ult in a second. Ah, sorry, Zenny. Sorry, Zenny. I reckon you'd be fine, Rogue, with that thing. I reckon you'd be fine, Rogue. I think you're a smart guy. Wait, did Hog get his different fire, mate? Yeah, his secondary fire mode? Yes, he did. He got his right click back. He goes right click. But now he's got abilities now, like perks. Every time you have a level up. So you see that 2 at the very bottom? That's pretty much extra leveling up. So if you reach that part there, you can get extra stuff. Watch out for Ryan over there. No, Bob, no. Good job, Ryan. Say that and I die. We're doing pretty okay. We're doing pretty okay. But yeah, so Roadhog gets different abilities. So they'll all perk underneath above where my bullet is, like my number is, right down there where the bullets are. That pretty much means that the further away I hook somebody, the more I get my healing back. So, I mean, bad example. But if you hook someone from a pretty far away area, if you have some level of healing loss, you bring them to you. It's like life steal. You steal their life to regain your own HP. It's a really nice thing. So it makes you more motivated and more rewarding if you get a good hook. So it's very nice, very nice. No! I've been so good if I got that back. Damn. Let's get this oh, dude! Bro! People are too quick. It's such a disadvantage for me. It really is. I hate it. It's so annoying. It's such a disadvantage for me. Because people have a better functioning lope than I do. Bro, they should have servers how you have medical what's the word for it? Medical proof and certificates sent to Blizzard, and they mark your document as a certain account, and you play with other people with the same mental disability as you do, so it's not an unfair advantage. So you're playing games with more disabled people. That makes so much sense. Yeah, it's great. Yeah, I love it. I love it. It's a bit delayed, but I love it. Yeah, I'm very proud of that one. Thank you, Mercy. Thank you, Mercy. Appreciate it, Mercy. Love you, Mercy. So it'd be so good if I can get more. I have a follow notification as well, but it's green, and I want to change the green screen. I don't know how I did it though. It's so annoying. I don't know how I got to in the first place. I don't know. But back to my concept of having fair games by having the same mentality people like brain function as you do. Like it only makes it more fair. Because these people, they have college degrees. These people are more than likely having a lot better advantages of functioning brains than I do. And I find that very upsetting and very unfair. So it'd be really good if I can actually verse other people like the same functioning mental disabilities I do. I feel it's more fair. Because I feel like if I'm taking on people with like full-on college tuitions, that's such an advantage that I can't do much about. Because I can't help with how I think, and that affects my game. So that makes it a lot harder. It just makes it a lot harder for me. I'm not even kidding. I wish. We're trying our best. That's all that matters. If we're angry about the game, get off the game. After this game, just get off. Take a break from Overwatch. Do something else. But you're more than welcome to keep playing. If you keep getting angry, that's your own fault. Just enjoy the game. Losing a game will not lose your house mortgage. Just saying. Just saying. People should not get mad about ones and zeros in a fucking video game. There is no need for that shit. You look like a fucking sore loser if you're complaining about ones and zeros. Just saying. Hello, Kayla. Free push, free push, free push, free push. Good shit, good shit, good shit, boys. How you doing? Well, Kayla. Hello, Kayla. Fuck, brother. Wog, wog, my brother. Soldier out there.
We're just flexing. And they'd be out anyway.
No more wing wong. Soldier over here. No, Bob. Come on, Bob. No, Bob. Whoa. He's almost dead. Bob's almost dead. Oh, nice, nice, nice. Nice, Hanzo. Nice, Hanzo. Reinhardt's almost dead. He's dead. Fuck yeah. Hey, Purple. How are you, Purple? Oh, so close. Almost that jump. No, almost that jump. Get around, boys. Get around, boys. How's the sound, by the way? Did you guys hear that guy before? Did you guys hear that properly? Is the music not so loud, by the way? And can you hear the game properly? It's all about the balance, you know? Is Hog still going okay? I could change off if need be. How you doing what, Purple? I saw you stream before, Purple. I was looking a bit before, Purple.
Fine, bro.
Easy, 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 easy. We're also all doing good okay as well. We're all doing fine. We're trying our best. That's all that matters. Oh, that one there. Pulled pork. Wait, is that what's called pulled pork? The actual the perk is called pulled pork. How you can do life stealing with hooks. That's crazy. I love that. That's actually really cool. They got like little puns right there. You've been chilling? That's good. That's good. You were with your mate on a Discord server, I'm pretty sure, on a call, I think. We couldn't hear your friends, by the way, so you looked a bit, you know, a bit crazy, you know, but not us hearing your teammates. I think you can't help it because you have like limitations on what you can have when it comes to streaming. But we'll just let you know, we couldn't hear your friends. So you looked a bit crazy, you know. Soldier above there. Ryan's around the corner. I forgot about this up part here. Soldier still above there? I think he is. Oh, he is. Nice. Oh, you fuckwit. Oh, we still got him. That's alright. No, I'm just saying, bro. Just saying. If you're like streaming with your mates, might as well try and change your thing to make sure people can hear your friends. It's this better conversation and makes people feel less left out on the stream if people are lurking. Run here, right here. Just have to reload. Yeah, I know. I mean, pretty sure you can download Discord on your Xbox, can't you? So surely that picks up on the output, right? Correct me if I'm wrong. Ryan, holy shit, Ryan. Hello, Ryan. Ooh. Hey Dylan, how are you, Dylan? Thank you, Zenny. Huge Zenny. Nice. Watch out for Bob. Juno. That's alright. Oh, goody boys. Good round. No, I don't think so. That's alright, bro. Hope you're doing well, Dylan. Hey, Amber. How are you, Amber? How's your one class going, Amber? But everybody, Purple is from America. I'm sorry to hear that, Amber. I'm sorry that you're bored, Amber. But hope it gets better for you, Amber. Fun fact, Amber has been banned until the 9th of December because she said a slur. Not even a full slur, by the way, which is even crazier. Honestly, Amber, I tell this to everybody who does not like school. Enjoy school while it lasts, because once school is over, there's no going back. You're in the big wide world, and you can only remember the happy times at school. May not be much, but you honestly, there'll be moments in life after school, maybe 6 months after school, or maybe in a year or so after school, you will look back on school and you would miss it. Trust me, bro. It does make you special. It does, because overseas viewers, in my eyes, are a little bit special. It's really nice. That's what I'm saying. A little time with it. That's what I'm saying. The little moments, you know, with school. Yeah, exactly. That's how I feel. Ven is so cool. Oh yeah, I want to play her. I want to see how she goes. Someone's over there. Run. Nah, that's fine. He's getting good support. Yeah, that's fine. I could do that, bro. That's fine. No more Ashe. Ashe is dead. Ryan, no. I freaking hate the new character. I'm not a fan of her. That means you're sexist. If you don't like the woman, that means you're a sexist. I'm kidding. I'm kidding. She looks okay. I'm kind of... I don't know. I want to see how she is with me, bro. Yeah, man. Honestly based. Yeah, we suck. Oh, this song's nice. I like the song. By the way, whoever is listening to this, is the actual song, like music and the sound balance is okay? Certified lady lover. That's respect, bro. That's respect, bro. Oh, what the fuck? Fucking asshole. Defending your fucking goddamn people. No, nice. Whoa, whoa, oh my god. Man, even if we did that, oh, that really did not much beneficial for us though. I mean, that soldier kind of helped us out a bit. Oh no, that was their soldier. Oh my god. Probably had her because she fast moving. Honestly, yeah, maybe A, maybe A. It all depends. I think that thing is something situational. I like how she is, what do you call it? A melee, which is very, very nice. I like that. Oh yeah, that's what happens when you play Overwatch since like 2017 and just have the same mindset. I haven't really learned, I'm sorry. I just try my best, play, enjoy. That's all really matters. We all did our very best, that's all that really matters. GG's boys, GG's, we played well. Hang on. Endorse. That's what I need to do. I was endorsing. Oh my god. I liked Lucio until he got boring, and he got boring really quickly. What was the difference between Lucio and what do you call it? Lucio before? I thought Lucio was the exact same way. That's particular. That's interesting. I don't know. Just with Lucio, I think he's the same thing. Just something about her kit I just don't like. No, it's because I learned all of his movement tech stuff. But I've seen some like fucked up people that's very good on Lucio and they do insane plays while they do particular riding around the whole like map area. They've done like riding around particular parts that can win people's games and get mass kills by boops. There are some crazy skills that people can still cook up, by the way, too. Because everyone has their own particular like moments of being absolutely broken. It all depends on the player too as well. And how much you're willing to take your time to learn that said character. I can see the kit. I can see the kit what you mean by that with the kit. I don't know, just the kit can be pretty ridiculous, I feel. Let's look at my loot box. So I go in my loot box. Once again, chat. Is my sound okay? Training, practice range. So we get with our new hero. Upper what? Why? How are you doing? Ooh. No, it's bad. I actually can't hear you. Interesting.
Wow.
Bro, you're so loud. What the fuck? There you go. So half the screen is pretty much covering her whole thing there. You think you're muted? That's ridiculous. Oh, so it's like basically a Genshin Cup 10 show. Interesting. I'm still a fan of like half your screen being blocked by her entire sword. That was the thing I was not looking forward to seeing, is just her view. So spin around attack. Oh, cool. I guess, okay. So is there any certain things about have though? Any combos you can do?
I think you grab in while and then you finish them off. I think that is a combo.
Grab in and whirl.
Yeah.
So like that basically? So it's like that pretty much.
Yeah.
Okay, cool. Well, I'm over here now. I'm not even dead, yeah. Okay. So blocking attack. So is Doomfist pretty much how you can be able to absorb damage with your blade?
Hold on, let me check.
Oh, Dylan, can you hear me in the stream, by the way?
Let me check.
So slashing. Wait, it stopped the animation. Were you meant to do that? So how far away is
It's a
it?
bit buggy.
Buggy? What you meant buggy?
Yeah, I don't know.
What do you mean you don't know?
Think about it, it feels kind of like her moveset feels a bit like clanky, I guess. I don't really...
No, dude. Did you hear what I said before? Sorry.
No.
I said, can you hear me properly on stream? I didn't ask about the character.
Oh.
Dude, do you not hear me properly? How loud's your game?
Not that loud.
I think I have hearing issues, bro. Oh, so you have to hold on to it, and then you have
Don't worry, I'm here to help.
It's like that. So you have a certain method how you have to. Oh, so that's how you do the slice. So you have to wait for the animation to stand still for a second, and then you can do it. Okay. How are you? How are you,
I didn't know
Raz?
that.
Yeah, there's like an animation thing. That's kind of cool. No, I knew you guys were
yourself into
bullshitting.
the air, then ult. I think that's how you meant to use your ult, like this.
So like that, pretty much, and then your ult.
Yeah, and then your ult. Yeah.
Oh, so if you're holding on to your sword like that, can you do another attack when you're doing slice down, or is that only for your ult only? People can get killed so easily when they're not positioning themselves properly when they're flying over. Interesting. Oh, she has little jetpacks on her back. So that's how she that's how she moves around so much. That's how she jumps really high. That's kind of cool. I was wondering how she could jump so high. That face model looks so ugly, can't lie. Okay, Amber. You got a month to make a full-on 3D rendered model that can do attacks. Add her to a game without crashing the game file, and make sure it's not buggy, and make sure that everything about them is perfect. So good luck, Amber. You have a month. By yourself, by the way.
6 7 6 7
Oh my
6 7
God.
6 7 6 7.
That's what I'm saying,
6,
Amber.
7.
Someone designed that character. Someone designed that character, Amber. So you can't really just talk shit about a character design, considering you're not a developer, and someone probably got paid, underpaid by making that model. Yeah, that's fine. Amber, you can say that, but I think she looks alright. I'm not really into a lot of these kind of 3D modeling stuff. I'm more like an anime lover. I think she looks alright.
Her ult can one-shot Bastion.
Why don't they make characters more like Reaper? I mean, I think Overwatch is all about different kind of characters. Like, the more different, the better, I feel. So I think Reaper is fine by himself. Apparently her ult can go through Lucio's ult. That's why she's probably in quick play, because there's a lot of bugs probably with her design. And Malgor's pretty much unplayable. Well, not unplayable, like unplayable to verse him, because he was so broken when he first came out. Sigma as well was pretty wild too.
Yeah, the trial.
Yeah, exactly. So she's bound to have bugs anyway. She's bound to have bugs anyway, and having issues.
She's going to be able to be used in comp right away.
Yeah,
she comes out next season.
Probably after one she gets back locked up again. Malgor was wild when he first came out. I had a beta test, yeah. It was not fun to take on, believe me. It was not enjoyable. So with your minor perk, Relentless Assault to a stack of 3 times, increasing attack by 5%, movement speed 4% per stack. He's still wild in low rank lobbies? I'm not surprised. In my experience in Overwatch, every hero can be broken. It depends on how they're played and what position they go through. Nova Strike gain 30% lifesteal. Oh, that's kind of cool.
The lifesteal one's pretty crap because it's right on your third swing when it does overhead.
But
when it does the overhead shot, that's only when you get lifesteal.
Oh, only at a certain part you get lifesteal. Huh.
Yeah, in the third swing.
So it's not constantly damage like Brigga, how Brig can do healing in the team each time she does any kind of damage. Oh, that's annoying. So you only get rewarded by the last slash. Ah, true. I like how her armor on her arm rattles a bit when she punches. That's pretty cool, actually. I like that. Should we go a quick play, boys?
Yep.
Retribution counts. I can wish to all be DPS and see if we may get the character quickly enough.
Wait, hold on. Can we wait a bit? Because Zom just got home and she wants to play.
Okay.
Oh, yeah, yeah.
So, Dylan, are you a girl?
No.
Yeah, it's up to Amber. I'm sorry, Dylan. Yeah, that's okay. That's fine. To Apple, play characters who you enjoy the most, Apple. Alright, I might be at B. Hang on.
I hope not. What rank are you doing? What the fuck?
Flat.
What the fuck?
What?
No. How are you black?
Flat console, by the way. So to
yeah, it's like a silver free.
it wasn't that hard, to be honest. It was actually pretty easy.
Who do you mostly
Not to be
play?
cocky. I mostly play Lucio and a little bit of Cass.
Yeah.
But that's about it.
Fair enough. I think it'd be really funny if everyone just reports Sork's account right now. Get him banned when he comes back.
It's gonna ban him when he comes back. Just it'll be
Insane.
do stuff that he would never do. So, what can you get banned for? Cheating, gameplay sabotage, emergency. Emergency?
Emergency.
What type of emergency?
Terrorist violent content or child abuse. Child abuse.
Child abuse.
I might buy the Diva skin that's in the shop. Mage Punk one. Or the Reaper skin. The anti-hero one. I wonder if this will come for hook stream. Hold on. No. Are we going to a VC on your server, Hook? Going to general. Let me fucking die. Are you able to join Discord on your PlayStation, Dylan?
Huh? Wait, what?
Are you able to join Discord on your PlayStation?
Yeah, I'll join right now.
Sick.
Right, see you guys in there.
You might as well just do a quick play one.
That was a long time ago.
Do a quick play. And
So
if John joins
Okay.
mid game, then so be it.
Oh well. Could have would a shooter.
Do you not want to queue for DPS so you can play new hero?
Oh yeah. I was a complete like. Oh yeah. You know what? I should all just do roll all of it. If we get DPS, we get DPS. Be funny.
Yeah, but do you really want to random play new hero?
I don't care. We're just playing the game.
Interesting.
Go for it.
Very interesting.
Oh,
I brought something new twos.
thank you, Amber, for the positive check.
Son, I'm worried about you.
Where'd you get from YouTube's?
I'll put it in.
Haha. Yes, I am first. You all shall bow before my greatness.
Thanks, I play.
Sit up straight, son. I'm worried about you.
Thank you for that, Amber.
Sit up straight, son. I'm worried about you.
Handsome Hotel. Oh, that's cool. Is that the TV guy? Oh, that's cool.
Yeah.
Nice. I don't know who that is, but that's kind of cool. Nice, bro.
I'll risk it.
Honor time. Amber, I'll ban you my stream until the 9th of December, like in Overwatch.
Sit up straight,
I can't believe you got banned from calling somebody a tard and something like you just got banned for like such a long time. You got banned like last weekend, didn't you? And you're still banned until fucking 9th of fucking December. It's crazy. Okay, you deserved it. You didn't give that context before, Amber. Cool. Oh, kind of cool.
I think I'm ready for my rollouts.
Yeah, legitimately. That's fucking sick, bro. Good job. I don't think anybody deserves to be called a full-on hard R, by the way, too. That's kind of wild, actually.
Oh my god, I regret saying
I did it.
You saved the town, Patrick.
Oh, got one.
No, come
Oh,
on.
wait, Russian woman.
Whoa. Oh. It sounds pretty funny, though. Honestly, it does, actually. It was getting upset at me for not healing. Oh, I mean, if he's intentionally trolling, then that's kind of weird, then. I don't know.
Play something back for a bit. I think that we're good.
Getting mad over a video game is so petty. No need for it.
Yeah.
It's
I could
just.
never.
meant by like a multiplayer game. I only get mad in like single player games because I've only got myself to blame. But if it's someone else's power, I don't know. I don't know how to describe it. I don't know how to describe about that. It's just like, if someone's deliberately throwing, that's completely understandable getting annoyed, but not have a crash out. Like, fucking hell, then you're never gonna meet the person if they're gonna like do that. But I don't know. If they're doing their very best and people are still getting mad or deliberately being pissed for rage bait, then no point in crying about that.
People bitch about anything in Overwatch. Like,
people bitch about anything in general, like literally anything in general. Like the art Reddit post, people got power hungry because of the moderators, and apparently a bunch of them resigned apparently because they got completely proven wrong.
I died once at the beginning of the game, and some guy was just saying the R word a bunch.
Oh yeah, that'll be Amber probably before she got banned. Amber's going around calling everybody that. I don't know. It's just how I feel. It's like what Llama said. It's probably an autistic thing to think like that.
Fuck you, Mercy.
Oh yeah. Go, 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 go. Go. Oh my god, Dylan. That's so fun. Oh, you called on Raspin the R word when he died at the first point of the game, apparently. He was spamming it, apparently. Calling a bunch of slurs.
That's crazy.
Yeah, what the fuck, Russ? I just deliberately say it to Russ, even though it was the other person.
No! Get away, monkey!
Dylan, can you not say that, please? I'm streaming, dude. Please.
Yep.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you. Fuck's sake, dude. Oh, good job. Good job, Winston. I got a Christmas skin on. Imagine if I got this. Oh, imagine if I got that. No, my best friend Rice Spin. Oh, hello. Oh, that was sick.
Oh.
Love you.
I'm risking it.
You risk of a biscuit? Go for it, go for it, go for it, go for it. Nice, nice. What? I don't even know how to spell TikTok.
Kill the soldier! No!
Nice. Yeah, honestly, Miss Callan, you should probably risk it, to be honest. How the fuck are you? I haven't seen you for ages, miss. How you been, bro? I haven't seen you for yonks. It's not addiction, it's life. I think there's a lot more dangerous addictions than Overwatch. Like Roblox.
I'm gonna die.
Nah, that's alright. You need W to thrive, not necessarily. Rivals for one? I mean, I don't know. No need to say sorry, it's quick play. No need to say sorry. You're trying your best, that's all that matters. As long as you try your best, it's okay, bro.
I was gonna say, yeah, it's all your fault.
But we are going to report you on all of our accounts, though, so enjoy your game while you last.
Yeah.
They are to me.
All systems fired up and ready to engage. Saddle up. We got work to do.
What the hell do you mean by that, Purple?
I'm getting it.
Come on, Dame. I want to be a little...
As always having a tantrum. That's so true. That's so true.
Oh god, this is not looking good.
Gulp. Hey, Miss Cullen, what's been happening with your life, bro? Like, what's been going on, dude? I have not seen you in literally ages, bro. It must not be now. Oh my god, I eat soups playing Overwatch? What's Soup doing here? What the? We had to play with Soup. We had to play with Soup. What the fuck? Soup's here. Hey, bro. How are you, man? I haven't seen Soup in ages. She streams Valorant. I haven't seen her in yonks, bro. That's the Twitch name. I Eat Soup. Can someone please give I Eat Soup a shout out, please, on my Twitch channel, please? Whoever's mod. That's so wild to see that. I need to message her too. See if she wants to play games with us. We might get a lot of ping because she's in America. My golly gee, I love eating soup. My sister just had a baby. That's so nice. Oh my god. That's so cool. Hey Kayla, welcome back Kayla. Hope you're doing well, Kayla.
Watch this, I'm gonna cook.
No, mercy. I'm like giving loads of cuddles. That's so cute. Miss Callan, is the baby so young that you have to wash your hands before touching the baby, or is it a little bit older? Because when you're saying just had a baby, like, are they still in hospital or are they back home now? Because I swear, that was a thing how when you're handling newborns, you need to wash your hands before holding on to them or some shit. Here. Mercy. Mercy.
Unhug.
Mercy. Hello, Mercy. Nice. Even if we lose this round, it's perfectly fine. We still got this. It's fine.
No, it's not. It's not perfectly fine.
She's back at home now in hospital. You gotta get sanitized with the baby. Yes, that's what I'm thinking. Yeah, it's either sanitizing or wash your hands. Either. So sanitizing. Oh, that's a nice purple. Nice, bro.
I have an idea. Yeah, I'm thinking of it. If we roll it away.
That's so nice. Oh, that baby, guys. Good job. Oh my goodness. Oh, they got a, what do you call it? Go, Dylan. Go, Dylan. Nice, nice. That's the thing. People have to really have to remember with the new hero, with your dash up, whatever, your Winston jump. You have to remember where you gotta jump to. Oh my god! Oh my god! Oh my god! My bad, I was throwing. The fuck?
You'll have to try harder than that.
So I like really hate hit scans. It's personal.
I'm on my way back now. I can hopefully help Hog out, Dylan. No! Oh my god! Nah, we can't do much there. We got how much support there. It's fine.
No.
Drives in 6 days. The only drive I cared about, and they took it away from me, was Persona. I do not care about drives. If it's a red and black color, I care about that. That is so cool. GG's boys, we all played well. GG's boys. GG's boys. That was cool. Anna's alright.
No,
Sword is huge. Holy shit. Oh, if only her camera was up a bit more, how you'd be able to see the actual effect of the blade going through. Iki Spam, you're free. You're free of school. Welcome back, Iki Spam. How are you, bro? I'm gonna see what where is she? Oh, she's in quick play right now. Ah, she must be with mates then. It's good to see her again. Holy shit, the fuck? Has Zom said anything? For the rest of the year? Fuck yeah, man. You fucked up your voice really badly. Oh, on the goodbye of the school. That's funny. Were you just screaming and shouting?
I'm gonna go join a friend of mine.
All good, bro. All good, bro. Oh, shit. No. Okay. Alright, by the way, don't worry about the ranking systems anymore. I am officially bronze, so we're more likely to be able to play games now in quick play. I mean comp, sorry. Comp, sorry. I meant to say comp. Bruh. No, not the song. Next song. Who am I gonna be? Oh, tank, let's go. Oh my god, Cyber Ninja instantly jumped in. Or Saber. Oh my god. Do you last? Oh my god. The lyrics. What was your first song, Inky? What was your first song, bro? If there's a song that I like listening to that I would lose my voice over, what would that song be? Good luck, have fun, boys. Dylan, you can get like reported for that. To make choose from? Oh, bro, nice. What the fuck? Wrong way. Goddamn. What kind of music do you even like listening to, Inky?
Okay.
I know him, by the way. No. Oh, Ramy's here. Oh no, I thought I was gonna get that. Damn it. I was gonna get that. No. Oh, I almost got the soldier. Might just jump down there, to be honest. No. Nice, good boot. Good boot. Wait, where's Ram? Oh, Ram's here. Holy above. No, like what kind of genre? That's what I was asking. What kind of genre do you listen to, bro? Alright, we got this part here. Good, good, good. Oh, someone's above, someone's above. How do you pronounce the new hero's name again? I was having issues. How do you pronounce it?
I just called him Vanny.
Vanny?
Yeah.
Well, let's call him Venture 2.0.
Get him out.
Because a lot of people didn't like the idea of the name being different.
Similar, to be honest.
Venita. Venita? Venadenta. Vendetta. Viva Vendetta. Bro, I should take the thing back, by the way. Vendentita. They're Italian, aren't they? Vendetta.
In the Greek, because of the like stuff. I don't know. I'm very Roman.
It could be Spanish at this point, honestly. I don't know. Because the name sounds a bit different. I don't know. You okay, Saber? What's wrong, bro?
Yeah. Oh,
That's how you pronounce it? Oh, bet.
Arigato gozaimasu. Konnichiwa, Barbara Rice Days.
Oh, Junkrat. Yeah, oh, Venny is over here. Alright. Hey, Tez. How are you, Tez? No worries, Inky. Enjoy yourself. Ah! New character over here. What's been happening, Taz? Yeah, you remember Taz, don't you? You remember Purple? It's been a hot minute, hasn't it? A hot minute. Yeah, see ya, Inky. Nah, take your time, dude. If you can't come back, it's fine, dude. We gotta catch up now, so that's all I really care about. If you can't come back, it's fine, bro. Don't rush, don't force yourself. People gotta do stuff after they come back home from school. Me and Tex were like this. What's this, bro? What are you trying to describe, broski? Dude! I'm trying to get the idea of shooting the person before hooking them, because self-healing's the worst thing that ever happened to Overwatch. So I don't know, just I'm trying to get the better idea how to do it. You can't see I'm crossing my fingers. Cross fingers together. Oh, Craig was bugging. What's happening?
Away!
It's okay. It's okay. It's all good. It's all good, bro. Oh, hello. Hello. I mean, we can try and get some support if you want to. It's up to you, bro. Are they even in the voice channel? Because communication's also a pretty big thing as well. Not just support. Calling out people as well. Whoa. Let's go around the other side, see what happens. Yay! Hee 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 hee. Aiming's fantastic aiming. Hee hee hee. Let's go. Let's go, guys. Whoa! Oh! He missed me. He can control his thing and he keeps missing. He can control the ball and he still kept missing. Let's take down the wall if we can, guys. There you go. Oh, hello. Oh no, they did a combo. They got Reaper, by the way, too.
Oh god, it is not looking very...
That's okay. We got 2 minutes, it's fine.
Oh damn, I tried to push him back.
Oh, regroup. Everyone go.
Oh, Zom's on.
Oh god. Alright, I'm going to stream after this. I have to do something. Oh my god, Ram's in front of me. Oh no. He just... oh my god. Did you tell Zom we're any group call on the server? Okay.
Zom joined.
Arigato gozaimasu.
Alright, just right click there. Oh, good right click, Nice.
Are you dying? Are you dead?
Oh god. Oh god. Let me explode.
How you going, Zom? How are you, bro?
Can you hear my air conditioner?
No, we can't.
Oh, not really. It's so loud. My arm hurts.
Why's your arm? Are we beating up too many kids at your work?
I got my iron transfusion.
Oh, good job, bro. Well done. Who'd you donate to?
I started crying when she put the needle in because I was freaking out.
Oh, do you not like bit needles?
No, I fucking hate them.
Yeah, I think it's a normal thing. Oh, Zom joined.
It just hurt. It didn't even like. I was crying before she even fucking put it in my arm. It just stresses me out thinking about it.
It's just the anticipation. It's anticipation.
I don't think doing it. I could feel like the iron going up my arm. It was cold. It was kind of stressing me out.
Mm-hmm. By the way, Zom, I'm streaming right now, by the way, bro.
Everyone knows I'm trying. Hello.
I should have said that before, my bad.
I forgot. I would have said it anyway. I don't know.
Yeah. Guess who is in the chat, by the way, Zom? You'll never guess. It's pretty wild.
Is it my duo?
Yes, it is, buddy.
Oh!
I heard your plates rattling. Oh! Literally. That's so funny.
Where am I doing?
What's the Twitch now? What do you mean by what's the Twitch now? What the hell? Are you playing Kim Possible? What's the snitch?
My internet sucks. Nothing's loading.
Oh my god. He'd be like that. Oh no! Whoa! Ah, there we go. I'm back now.
I want to see how energetic I feel tomorrow. I have iron in me now.
You probably might have a bit of a boost, but not much though. What the fuck?
No, it's like no, because like the average is like 30 to 400, and mine was at 8. So, but give me my iron. I want to feel energized tomorrow. I'm gonna start working out again. Just wait.
If you do work out, what do you even do when you work out, Zom? Do you do arms or do you do chest or what do you do, bro?
I'll just do classes because I'm too scared to go into the actual gym because all like the buff guys kind of scare me.
Oh my fucking god.
Like, you don't get it, okay? It's really intimidating.
I mean, I wonder why I don't get it, Zom. I wonder why I don't get it. What the fuck?
I'm gonna try. See you guys later.
I wonder why. Bye, Dylan. Bye, Dylan. That sounds very forced, Zom. Bye, Dylan.
It's really intimidating to go into like the actual part of the gym.
Dude, I want. It can be, bro.
How old you are, and I'm not sure.
Spot me, spot me. Spot me, spot me.
Ah, shit! Oh no! Oh no!
Oh no.
Fuck.
I do classes though. I used to, not anymore. I do it again. Are we coming up? Hello.
Hello.
Konnichiwa, Pokemon Rest Us.
Genki desu ka?
Damn it.
Fuck. No. Alright, pal.
I'm so good at Vendetta. Oh my god.
Oh yeah? I didn't see a game to play. I need to see it now. I didn't even see a game to play. I'm so sorry, bro. I was out before.
You didn't watch it?
No, I was out. I was watching Zootopia 2, bro. I'll watch it now.
Oh my god. I watched it. I watched like a cinema recording of it.
Yeah?
Instead of 6, 7, how about you start thinking about 9 to 5?
Listen, shut up. Listen. The Zootopia movie.
I saw it before.
I watched it too, but like I feel like they kind of just disregarded Nick Wilde. Like it was literally all about Judy again. That kind of annoyed me.
Yeah, she's the most popular character.
And I felt, no, Nick Wilde is for sure.
No,
He's
no, he's not.
popular.
No, he's not. Otherwise, I want to focus on Judy.
Every time Judy did something wrong or like disregarded like Nick's like boundaries, he had to apologize. I'm like, what's going on right now? Why does he keep apologizing?
Popular characters get more of the spotlight. They don't care about that.
It's fucking Disney. Disney stopped caring ages ago.
Like, seriously, what is happening in this movie? Nick Wilde's just like, he's so non-existent in this movie. And
Yeah,
he's, like, so nonchalant.
I noticed that too. I didn't like that part either. There was they had balance in the first one, but Nick Wilde was like a second character.
Way too nonchalant in this movie. He did not care about anything.
Does it feel like a sequel? Or not?
No. I feel like those DVD movie knockoffs, how it had to be going on DVD first and all the theater because I lose so much money. It literally felt like a Disney Plus special.
I don't know. Like, I felt like Nick's feelings were disregarded. Like, he kept getting his boundaries crossed by Judy. But, like, he had to apologize to her and act like, oh, I'm sorry.
The fact that she said that to him as well, she literally assumed that he was apologizing to him instead of the other way around.
Maybe it's like toxic female in a relationship.
Oh, women in male-dominated fields.
Remember when you were a criminal? Good times.
Like, I wish Nick was more of like a prominent character because I feel like the movie was not about him whatsoever.
Well, the movie, the first
and that snake did not fit the art style at all. And that
did not like the snake's idea.
Why is that snake bright blue and so cartoonish looking? Every animal.
Because colors help ADHD.
Yeah, I know. Like every animal in Zootopia is like so like semi-realistic to real animals, and there's just fucking bright neon blue snakes. There
are blue snakes, bro. There are blue snakes, bro.
But like just the style of it is so cartoonish. Every animal in Zootopia is like so semi-realistic. Like that's what I like about it. They're so like semi-realistic.
I think I see what you mean. Yeah. Yeah, I wasn't much of the fan of the movie either. I was not much of a fan of it either. It was okay. It was okay-ish, but
yeah.
I knew it was not going to be as good as the first one, but I kind of had a bit of high hopes, hoping it was going to be at least like pretty fucking good. But yeah, wasn't really.
Like, the original plot for Zootopia was so much better than what they
because it was different. No one has done that before, and how unique it was.
It was so much more about like racism and like the movie now is still about racism and prejudice. But the original one was so much more like just
they did a better job
about like the mistreatment of predators. Like they used to wear collars for emotions and they'd get like shocked and shit. It was like such a good plot.
Predators should be treated well.
I think Roblox should do the same thing.
Nick Wilde well.
Because they're treating their predators pretty well in
I love Nick Wilde.
Nick Wilde's cool.
Who's stealing my kills? That's all.
Hey. Hey. Waffles. Taz sent me a Snapchat of her having the N-word guy as a shortcut button on a keyboard. Imagine pressing that by accident and open comms. Does it actually play the sound, Taz?
Duo, hi Duo.
It's been a while, Taz. She was here at the last stream as well. I was very surprised she was here. Ah.
Duo.
Oh, hello. Goodbye.
Oh my god.
If we
How could
ever,
this happen to me?
if we do end up going to the prisons or whatever, I might try and cosplay Vox.
Or I see so many people cosplaying Vox.
I'm not sure where Amber is. Sorry, Taz. He was here before.
That one person on TikTok who had the TV head.
I think people do. I've started seeing people do like actual like screens in them and they move. It's really cool.
That's cool. Ah, I've been hacked. Oh no.
I don't think I've ever seen like one good Angel Dust cosplay.
Is that a TV character from Hotel Transylvania?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. I haven't seen much either.
I've never seen a good Angel Dust cosplay. Besides like the drag queen one, those look really cool. But I've never seen like a good like basic Angel Dust.
You have to pretty much dress up as a stripper.
Stripper! Twink stripper.
Twink
I
stripper.
think twinks are really ugly. And that dress he wore was really ugly in the final episode. Not the final episode, when he's like making that speech.
Ah.
Ugliest fucking dress I've ever seen in my life. Ah, come here! No! Yes! No!
Oh my god. Good job,
Oh
Ross.
my god!
So when the fuck they sang along with the person who was fucking abusing Angel Dust?
I get like, I think it's more like about, like, I do get the criticism, but I think it's like, oh, everyone's about to fucking die. I'm just gonna, I don't know why she smiled, I don't know, but still. But like, it's, I don't know, like he's joining in to save everyone.
I did see a thing, it'd be kind of funny if Vox starts working at the hotel for a Spanish. Or like
Yeah, I don't think he'd do that when he'd like fucking sabotage everything. He could, that guy's not gonna be redeemed. If he's gonna be redeemed, I'm gonna freak out. I wonder if Hitler's in this show.
What?
Well,
Bro wants Hitler in the show?
maybe he's gonna.
Charlie thinks everyone can be redeemed. What about Hitler? What was I gonna say? I think the way Vox died, like not died, I think his sin is really lame. Like he just committed murder. That was his sin. I feel like they could have made it like really like intricate to a certain sin in the
But to be
Bible.
fair, he didn't murder for fun, he only murdered to rank up
Yeah.
in his workplace.
I want to see more about Angel Dust's past. Maybe he got like, maybe he's like blind in one eye and he's human form because he's got like one black eye. I think he killed his dad. I feel like, well, his brother Arachnus is gonna show up, I think, in season 3 or 4 or something. But I feel like he died maybe from protecting his sister Molly. That's my guess, or something.
Yeah, I think so too as well.
And then he killed his dad as self-defense. Also, I don't know. That's my guess.
Yeah, that part, yeah, I
The
definitely agree
character's
that too.
appearance is meant to be like based off how they died.
But like they're all spiders. I think like they're all just spiders because they're mobsters, and that's gonna be like, maybe they sold something. Well, what are they? Angel Dust. I don't know, something spider related. Their whole family is spiders, including the sister in heaven. So I don't know.
Arachnophobia.
How the boss shows up in the next season of Aspen.
Oh, because they couldn't do that before, but now they're allowed to.
Yeah.
Oh no. Ah.
Actually, I wonder how the other characters in Hell of the Boss reacted to what was happening, the extermination.
That'd be cool if they should have off the next
Cool.
season of Hell of the Boss.
What?
Like,
Whenever that's
I was thinking about it when I was watching it. Like, what are the hell of a bus characters doing right now? Why isn't
Listen,
Stolas? I feel
couldn't
like
give a fuck.
Stolas. Yeah. Well, I feel like Stolas would have something to do with like kind of protecting.
Oh.
Or he'd be doing something.
What was Satan doing during the extermination?
It was Sin. What was he doing? He's just like, yeah. Well,
Ah.
I don't think he can die, so why would he care?
I'm kind of confused about Satan's role since Lucifer's the king of hell, and what is Satan?
Who is Brennan Rogers voice act again in the show? Which characters he voice act as?
Blitz and
That's-
Katie Jo.
that-
I
that-
hate how they changed Katie Killjoy's voice actor. I hate that she sounds like Blitz now.
That is the only character I know about the entire show is Brandon, because I grew up with his YouTube when I was growing up.
I did too. I used to watch it.
If those two
So
characters meet each other, Blitz and Katie Killjoy's like, why the fuck do you sound like me?
They
Like,
do-
I
they do
kind
a
of
Family
hate.
Guy
Like, I
thing.
feel like I loved her old voice actor, like how she had her own her own identity. But I feel like she's just kind of like, she sounds just too much like Liz. She's too much of a character to have the same voice actor as someone else. I miss her old voice actor. I liked her. She sounded like really bitchy, but like in a good way.
Why they changed her voice actor?
I don't know. Maybe they couldn't like have her in the show or something.
I think there was controversy with her.
The voice actor.
We're talking about Husband Hotel. Tez.
Do
Ah.
Have you watched the new season? Do it.
Ah.
It's still chasing me.
What? Nice, nice. Oh my god, Tez couldn't even. Have you seen the latest season of Husband Hotel, Tez? Oh, did you not know there's a new season, Tez?
There's a whole. They released all of it.
Oh.
There's a whole
my
new
God.
season.
Damn.
I rewatched the first one so I can remember what happens.
There was a song they posted on TikTok to do a recap. I don't know why they put that in the show.
They did in the first episode. The Alistair one where Alistair sings it.
I didn't see it.
That was in the show. I heard it. I remember.
Was it? I don't think it was.
I think it's in the first episode. I skipped it because it was like I already know what happened. I just fucking rewatched everything.
Hella Villa. The hell's Hella Villa? What's that?
It was definitely in the show. I remember skipping it. It was Alistair singing it.
Oh, welcome back, Miss Cullen. Seriously, new season. My lips are sealed. Oh, from spoilers. Yeah, true.
Ah!
Unlike Zom was yapping about the ending of the latest season.
Bro, why is fucking birthday tanking support on me?
Actually, when's a new Hell of a Boss episode coming out? I keep forgetting about it.
Oh, so close!
The other day.
I've been doing well, Colin. How you doing well, miss?
Every time I open TikTok and Twitter, I always see people trying to make Stolas look like a rapist.
That's weird. For a cartoon character.
Like,
Has there been any scenes? They might have done that.
But I also see people trying to make out like Blitz to be like the most innocent fucking person ever because he was like he was like manipulated into like because I don't know.
Isn't he like a piece of shit in the show?
He was not manipulated.
Oh no! So close. Tez is like completely shattered right now.
But people keep trying to make Blitz look like he's like innocent because Stolas took advantage of him or something.
Oh.
No, he didn't. If it was anything, it was the other way around.
Like took advantage of like the power dynamic, but like that doesn't. He did not fucking do that at all. I don't know. People just.
No!
I think half the people that are saying that are like
escape.
people that haven't watched the show and they're just like hating it. So they're just kind of like assuming shit about it based on what other people say.
If you watch the
I see like.
Husband Hotel on Broadway.
What's that?
What?
On Broadway.
Yeah, it's like the voice actors. They got to go on Broadway and sing their songs.
I don't think I saw that.
Blitz is using Stolas for the book. And what does that mean?
The grimoire. That's how he gets.
Oh,
that's how he
grimoire.
does his job.
Ah, makes
But
sense.
people make it seem like Stolas is like forcing him into it because that's what he needs it for his job.
Like he needs the book anymore.
Yeah, he doesn't fucking need it anymore.
Never got into Husband Hotel. Never got the idea behind it.
Pretty much has been a dozen since day one, since the pilot.
Nice, dude.
I used to sing the Husband Hotel shit in primary school.
How old's the show? Wow.
Well, the pilot came out in 2019. That's when I was. I was in year 6.
Oh my god. 2019. Damn. That was like a year before I went to Japan for the last time. Damn.
I was in year 6 in 2019.
Nice.
And I remember when we did computer work, I'd put the song on.
Oh my god.
I remember that before the pilot came out. They like released the song, I think.
So he's pushing the pilot, right?
I'm killing bitches.
My go-to cartoon show when I was growing up was the Big Les Show. That was my husband hotel.
We know the Zen. I want to use my ult, but instead he's gonna.
He's dead.
I think you need a damage reduction with your ult though. Don't die as easy.
Thank you.
Ow.
Bye.
Oh, so
Bye, queen. Bye, queen. Ha. Okay. I'm gonna try and kill her.
I like the Angel Dust song. That song was really cute.
Angel Dust.
The losing streak one.
Losing streak. I like
Nice.
that song. And I like the Rosie and Alistair song.
I like Fox Popular.
I like the final song. They're actually all pretty good songs.
Gravity.
Like
And-
Gravity. Why'd she go through that like massive sequence and then nothing even happened out of it?
I'm sad. And then Adam's part. I mean Abel's part.
What'd I do?
In that
So
final
isn't
part.
the, I didn't know the guy was the singer of the Fallout Boys. The voice
Yeah,
actor.
I didn't know till after the show.
I didn't know.
Fallout
fucking
Boy.
that.
The listening back to it, it's like, holy shit, that is it.
Girl, we had to live.
Who cares?
I care. I want to win.
Next game. We'll win next game.
No, win this game.
GG's, boys. We'll play.
My arm hurts.
Nice. Good job, bro. Because you got all the iron. You got the iron added to your arm. That's why.
It was like boy, that needle was so fucking big. They had like they put a needle in with silicone around it.
Iron
and then they took it out.
transfusion needles are quite big compared to regular needles.
How do you know that?
Because Mama Hawk has to have iron transfusions.
I don't want to get them off, dude. I'm gonna freak out.
Mama has to take it once a year, bro.
Oh my god, I'd rather kill myself.
Because Mama Hawk was born with low iron, so she had bruising very easily. One stumble, she breaks a bone. I'm not even kidding. I can name all the...
in the meantime as well?
I don't know. I had, but I don't like what I don't. They kind of messed me up a little bit, so I don't like taking them. But now that I've had a transfusion, I think I'm gonna change. My mum wants to put me on prebiotics, so because she thinks I can't absorb the iron in my food. Because I eat iron, I do. Okay, I eat iron. I eat a lot of, not a lot, but I do eat
iron
it.
ore.
What food
Iron.
has good iron? Like, is it fish or is it something else that has good
Steak.
iron?
Spinach.
Cereal has iron in it.
Cereal does actually. What else? But I don't know what vegetables do. Vegetables and red meat.
Veggies.
Chicken doesn't have iron. Well, not a lot.
Chicken's good for you for other things.
I'd be swimming in iron if chicken had iron in it. I eat so much
Yeah, I eat a lot of chicken too. Chicken's so nice.
chicken. I don't eat
so
red meat.
nice.
I literally only eat chicken. I fucking hate red meat. It's so gross.
Red meat's nice.
The only steak I like is the crumb steak.
Crumb steaks are good.
Yeah, no, that's fucking gross. I literally only like chicken. I will never like willingly get a steak.
Why not?
I don't know something. I like burgers, which is normally made out of red meat, but
Do you have any idea if Roms is staying with us?
I
in
doubt it.
April? Maybe he's just not gonna come at all.
What's everyone said about coming?
No one said anything. We have not heard
We
anything
gotta ask
for
them.
months.
We gotta ask them
I think we
first.
should get into a call.
Just send a message and then ask
everyone-
how everyone is with saving and
Well,
like.
Not my
Yeah, I
server.
sent a message saying, do you want to get into a call?
Yeah, you already said that today already, and he said
Like an
before
hour
after
ago.
Christmas, and I was like, yeah, let's do it before
Did you add
Christmas.
everyone or just send it?
Oh,
Just sent it.
you probably should
Just
add
add
everybody. Yeah, probably should add everybody. That's why Zombie didn't
Because-
see a message.
I didn't even know you sent that. Oh, I was. Yeah. We're gonna know if Elle and their boyfriend are coming.
It's a
and
maybe
then-
from them when the last time we
Was
heard
it-
from them.
What's their name? Elise? No, Eli.
Yeah, Elise. Or,
Elise. And then see
Yeah.
if her boyfriend and brother want to come still.
Elsie.
Elsie.
And also Irene as well. She said maybe as well. So
Oh,
that's.
did Irene say she want to come?
Yeah, she was talking to us about maybe helping out with cooking.
What about
Fine.
Worm? Why did you invite Worm to the server?
I asked him casually, and I said, "Hey, you want to come to Gold Coast for the weekend for Supernova?" He's like, "Oh, maybe. Yeah, I'll be pretty keen." So I'm like, "Oh, fuck yeah!" So I just added him to the group.
He said maybe I'm coming as well.
Yeah, I'd love to have you guys meet Worm. He's so amazing in person.
Yeah, we're gonna have to bring like a couple blow up beds if we're doing all this shit.
I could bring another blow up bed. I could even buy another one if need be. Well, I'll bring 2 extras. Get some
Wouldn't it-
people in the living room.
It'd be rude. Like, when we do get this, can we just ask the Airbnb host to see if they can get blow-up mattresses?
I doubt they'd have
They
any. I
won't,
just bring
yeah. Yeah, we'll have to bring our own. And it's booking.com too, so it's very not personal person on the owner. It's the entire company, booking.com. Can you contact the owner?
Booking.com is stays.
Is it Stays and booking.com essentially the same thing? I thought they were the same thing. I haven't heard Stays before, that's all.
It's literally a website, brother.
But I never heard it before, that's all.
I know what I'm doing over the weekend. I'm losing all my money at the casino.
No, I want to lose my money first.
So the actual company then, that's essentially just another Airbnb.
Yes.
How reliable
sucks
is
that
it though?
Who cares? It's probably just the same as Airbnb.
We have to kind of care because if it's a bit like less trustworthy, it's a lot of money we'd be putting towards it with potentially maybe getting a rip-off.
Would it be trust or not trust?
Because I think I'll
We're coming to an
rely...
aneurysm if you keep talking.
I think Airbnbs are like
Sorry,
a
that was
bit
very
more useful from you, Russ. Don't worry, bro. You've been doing it since day one.
I'm sorry.
So yeah, I don't know why. Just I feel like Airbnb or Booking.com will be more reliable because 4,000 fucking bucks in total. That's a lot of money to put into
We
towards.
looked at Airbnb and it was already a lot of money.
Nah.
Airbnb is more expensive than.
Meriton sweet, brother.
A hotel on the Gold Coast is going to be even more expensive than 4,000 bucks.
I think anywhere will be expensive regardless, especially in that time of the year as well. April's very expensive.
That we're getting is probably like the best we're gonna do.
So are we gonna book it then, or are we gonna book it, or because we might lose it?
Yeah.
Well, we gotta book it.
We gotta book it very soon. We gotta book it very soon. Otherwise, we might lose it, and we'll be back to square one.
We're gonna ask everyone if they want to come. Yeah.
Add everybody, Raspin, it's your server, bro. Add everybody, saying, "Wait, what's going on?"
Right, on level 26.
Wait, I didn't. Oh my god, I have Lifeweaver's vampire skin. How did I not know that?
Oh, cool. Which
Oh my
one's
God.
that? Besides getting
Wait,
distracted because we have
go-
ADHD, so we should check to see if it's actually still available.
Wait, I can't even show it off. I had no idea I had that
Okay,
fucking
cool,
skin.
cool. So we should keep an eye
Guys.
for it. Okay, we should keep an eye
Guys.
for it. Make sure we don't lose it.
I get
Guys.
it. My favorite vampires again.
I have my first and my second favorite Lifeweaver skin from loot boxes. I have no idea I even had that.
I kind
I
of feel
really
that
wanted that
too.
skin.
I got the Reinhardt Lich King from World of Warcraft from a loot box. I freaked out when I saw that because I thought it was
Is that the one with the
exclusive.
sword?
Yeah, I literally
That
thought
one
that was
looks awesome.
exclusive. I thought it was an exclusive thing for World of Warcraft only. That day, I was like, okay, so you can get anything basically from loot boxes. It's fucking cool. It's
I
very,
think you
very
can
neat.
get store skins, but you can't get collab skins.
No, World of Warcraft's collab, bro.
Oh, it is.
Yeah, it is, yeah.
Yeah, but it's owned by
Oh.
Blizzard.
No, it's not.
Oh yeah.
It's from
Yes, it
Riot
is.
Games.
Warcraft is owned by
It's
Blizzard.
from Riot Games, bro.
So it's not technically like a collab.
Yeah, it is. It's definitely definitely
It
collab.
is. Like they don't have to worry about like legal issues because they also own the game.
What do you mean?
But I think they can't put like other collab skins in there, like My Hero and
I
La
think it'd be
Seraphim.
cool
I
if
mean,
they did like a
that'd be-
collab loot box.
A collab
With what?
loot box.
If they did a collab loot box.
It's collaboration only skins.
Like getting only collab skins.
Yeah.
That's kind of cool.
Like how they used to do those loot boxes for Overwatch 1. It was like Halloween and Christmas.
I mean, that one made more sense though, because that's more like eventful kind of thing. You only get those loot boxes and that particular event only, anniversary and everything like that. Yeah, anniversaries for everything. But yeah, see what I mean though. Yeah. I love they had themes too. Loot boxes were like for Halloween, it's like a pumpkin full of like candy, and it was a Christmas present for Christmas events too. That was really nice. I love that.
Why am I trapped?
I don't know.
Oh, Junkrat.
Yeah, there's a Junkrat by the way. I'm not sure if you know that or not, Zom.
I didn't know that.
Zom, watch out, there's a Junkrat. Watch out, bro.
Shut the hell
Bro,
up.
don't worry, I killed him. Don't worry, he getting revived. He got revived straight away.
Surely we win this, right? So we just go in and...
Let's do it.
Did you get to play the game Zom
Yeah,
before?
I'll go
So
in
you
if
will
you
get
go in
that.
first.
Ladies first.
Oh, what the fuck?
Whoa.
I hope she doesn't get like mega nerfed. Because I feel like she's balanced.
If
She's
people
also, like, really
complain about it, they more than likely will. They did that with Malga. Now he's a piece of
I don't think
shit.
she is like powerful. Like you have to be. you
It
have to
all
understand
depends
how to
who
play it.
plays her. Yeah, exactly my point. My whole philosophy with Overwatch is every character can be broken and powerful. It depends on the player and the
She probably will
situation.
get banned in Kondo. So
She will definitely will. Yeah, Freya got
Yeah,
banned
for
and
sure,
annihilated.
she fucking will.
Yeah, no one likes Freya.
Like, her
And-
ult,
yeah.
yeah, her ult's gonna get like fucking mega nerfed, bro. I know it.
No, she'll
Her ult
buffed.
can one-shot
Her
Bastion.
ult is so fucking
Really?
strong.
How much HP is Bastion? Like 350?
No, she can like one shot through Lucio ult.
Which is kind of ridiculous because Lucio's ult completely makes it pointless. No, we're crazy. I got the
I
hook.
think she ignores overhealth from.
Oh,
Lucio.
because of vengeance. Because of Overwatch.
Do you think that's like a bug?
Oh my god.
I keep dying.
That's
Don't look at my
fine.
stars.
Oh, just saw your stats.
No, you didn't.
I'm gonna play the whole game now with the actual status on now on my stream.
You wouldn't dare.
I'm doing it right now, bro.
Is everyone just jumping me?
Because they know you're the character. They know that you're the
I had
one.
my ult too, and I fucking got trapped by Junkrat.
Idiot.
Where's Amber? I'm playing
Oh,
Poppy.
didn't you get trapped as well?
I think everybody did. Ducky's playing. Oh, she stopped playing, don't worry. Oh, it's that ult.
Yeah.
Oh.
Oh no, we lost, guys. Everyone get off point. There's no point playing anymore.
Hang on. Pushing off, Venture? Not Venture. Oh, Zom. Fucking Amber got her account suspended until the 9th of December because he called someone a retard like 10 times.
Now, why would you do that?
Because apparently they were raging at Amber and deliberately getting themselves killed while raging at Amber because she was healer.
Now, why would they do that?
Yeah, that's funny.
I can't believe they did that. Such a thing.
My theory is that their friends probably deliberately did it to annoy her and to like, they all did a group report to her. That's why her ban or suspension was so long. 'Cause that's just too long. For a report like that, it's way too long. I know. They got very good defense. Holy shit. Backing off. Hey, nice. Too bad, did nothing. That did absolutely nothing for me.
Back out.
Oh! No! Yay! Oh no! But yeah, we should definitely all do a group chat call about the events. Have a good idea what's going on with Goldie in April. So I do want to do this thing. I miss the Gold Coast. Any reason to go back to the Gold Coast. Especially for the weekend. That'd be so nice.
Wait, my AC is not even on properly. I gotta fix it.
Okay. No, GG's, well
I
played.
gotta fix my AC.
What a name, man.
Hey, Zom, good job, bro. What'd you do? Oh, they had a hog? Oh, I wonder if they go off hog to go Malga. Nice, nice, nice. Oh, nice. Good swing. Oh, nice. Yeah, that other Vento kind of sucked. Good job, Zom.
I don't think she's here. She's turning her AC on.
Oh, what waste.
Blocks and shit, cause I've been fucking my brain.
Lochi's playing Overwatch again. They haven't been on Overwatch for ages. Huh.
Wait, I want to change roles. Let me.
Oh
change.
my god, your mic, bro.
Let me change. What's wrong with my mic?
It's okay now, but before it was very echoey. We get
Let me
change or
change my role. Let me change my role.
what's happening with rolls?
Oh my god. Okay, thank you. let me show you my new skin. Go into deathmatch.
We can hear you clapping. Poppy wants to be part of it.
You want to practice Rouge?
Nah, we can go skins. We can go skins. Where is it? Where is it?
Look at my skin. Look at my
Poppy,
Look at my
please.
skin.
Poppy behind you.
Look at my skin. Come
That's
to
a.
the
Oh yeah, hang on, hang on. That's pretty nice. Hang on. Well, I'm gonna snap. I'm gonna snap. What do you call it? Nice. Good job, Zom. I'm gonna send it to Jupiter.
And Black Swan are my favorite.
That's cool, bro.
Shut up, puppy.
Looks nice, actually. That's fucking cool, actually. Design of the
Why would
actual
you do
flowers are
such-
pretty nice, actually. That's pretty cool.
Why would you do this to yourself? Idiot. Why is his hand? I thought he had black skin on his hand. I'm like, what the fuck?
Is that a problem if there wasn't?
No.
Sounds like you had a problem with that, bro.
Help me! I'm getting chased by a monkey.
Is that a problem?
Yeah, it is a problem.
Can't say that about Doomfist.
I'm saying about Winston!
Oh, we couldn't tell the difference.
Oh my god.
Hello there.
That's so crazy.
Better than Tez having the N-word noise on her keyboard. At least I'm doing better. Yeah, she sent me a Snapchat how she has like a custom button on her keyboard. And it's the Gothic Burger King hat.
Get on you.
Hey, I found a game. Let's go to Ilios.
Parasio.
Parasiberto.
Route 66. Route 66. Route
No,
66.
Parasipio. Oh my god. Surely Parasipio. Surely.
Oh, you fucking asshole. Even Poppy hates you.
I'm sorry, Poppy. Forgive me, Poppy. I'm sorry, bro.
Poppy does not fucking believe you at all.
Hillbox populated people's
So. Hey,
Hobby, naughty hole.
guys, should I use the vampire skin or should I use Black Swan?
I don't know. Up to you, bro.
Exposed.
Excuse me?
His whole dick is exposed in his Black Swan skin.
Where's Vault Fries when you need her? What the fuck?
Look at my skin. Look at his fucking
Why is
hands.
the part that you're focused on?
Because I can see it. Look,
is this you?
Look.
Yeah, I'm looking. I'm looking, Zom. Hello.
Oh, I see.
Zom,
No,
I can't even see you, bro.
Shut up.
Shut up.
I'm sweating. I'm drenched in sweat.
Okay,
guys.
buddy. Okay, buddy. Sure thing, buddy. Morty from the Australian TV show Rick and Morty Outback Adventures is on the enemy team. He's on enemy team. It's Morty. It's Overwatch Morty from the Overwatch dimension.
Oh, we gotta go to Bendigo, Morty. Get in the
Oh,
car.
I'm so sorry. Okay, I'm back here. Thank you. How's this work? Oh!
Don't worry, I'm fine.
Yay! Thank you.
Jump straight back in.
Yeah, it's funny. I'm lagging heavily. What the fuck? Dude, I was lagging so much, bro. Whee! No, what the fuck? What are you doing, bro? What are you doing, bro?
I think my AC come undone again. Wait.
I'm spiking.
The house is breaking.
Yeah, the house falls apart because using air conditioning.
The back of my AC keeps coming up. It's like blowing air everywhere.
That's a bit dangerous, bro. You should have some more reimbursement on your establishment.
Oh, you're right, bro. Oh, fuck.
Died. Hey, Irene! Come on, Irene! How are you, bro? How you going, bro? How's life treating you, Irene? How you going with the heat, bro? How'd you go with the storm we had yesterday and the day before and the day before after that? We had storms like about 3 or 4 times in a span of 5 business days. Well, let's let him take it. It's fine. Let him take it. There's like 4 people there.
No, you're so lucky that Supernova wasn't joining the server.
Whoa! Ah! Bro, we would have died, eh? Well, that's been crap. Yeah, match Supernova on Brisbane word December. That would be awful.
I'm back. I fixed it.
Man, we can definitely tell he came back and fixed it because you're not fucking playing, bro.
Shut up! I hope it doesn't fall off again. I'm gonna start sweating.
If you're disconnected, we'll know. You're so loud, bro.
You gotta put it like...
Stop it! Ah! Mercy. Oh, get it!
Ah, so close. Oh, God, they're all here. Nah. Oh, thank you. Oh, no. Ah! That's alright. They got ult, by the way. Oh, nice. Good job, Diva. That was huge. Well done. I got ult very soon. I don't care. Oh, hang on. I have to go back home tomorrow or the day after, go to car into service. Oh shit, good luck to car service, bro. I forgot you have a car, Irene.
Seems like I did.
What's up?
You can afford a car.
Yeah, actually, I'm able to order a car, like afford a car is very impressive. To even maintain it as well is very impressive. Especially
am I impressive?
Yeah, bro, you know how to fucking financially save enough to afford a car, keep the car, and run the car. Okay, I take everything back about you. I have no respect for you at all.
My dad bought my car.
You're a gold digger.
What the fuck?
Wee. That's okay. Wee. Ah. Hello. What's your name? Oh, they got boosted by Mercy. That's why I lost the battle. Oh, that one. Why not? Would it make sense if you go through Spectator on the enemy team and you can go through all their characters and who has ult? Oh, you can. No, you can't.
You know what's stupid? Vendettas can't block on its sleep dot.
Oh, really?
You can't. Wait.
It's a giant sword.
No. But it doesn't block it.
Oh, it doesn't block it. Why not?
Yeah.
Well, I guess only shields can block it, really.
Because the idiots at Mitsubishi went out and put battery acid on the paint, hence why they had to take it back. Dude, I hope you got a discount. Battery acid on the paint? Dude. Using Roadhogs, take a breather. Holy shit, bro. That really stains the paint, bro.
I'm getting fucking jumped by 3 people.
It'd be like that. That's a lot though. I really hope you got a discount. Holy shit. Gonna regroup.
Fuck you. Sorry.
On my way back. Mercy!
I'm switching.
Oh! We can hear you switching, bro. No, that cover MPs happened during the service. We have to fight. We have to fight for it? What? You have to fight for the actual thing?
Fucking
That's
Vendetta
wild.
is just being pocketed by your Mercy.
Yeah, that's
Like,
what
under
6
the
did.
desk type shit.
Yeah, that's what 6 did. He had like a mercy pocket throughout the the other 6-7. Hey, another Reinhardt. Hey, X-Volts, how are you, bro? You guys reckon Vendetta is another Reinhardt?
It's kind of like a little brig.
Yeah, I think it's a brig too, but yeah. So, Raspin, how come do you think that they are not a Reinhardt?
But they're not.
How so, though? They got a giant weapon and they can charge. That is exactly like Reinhardt. Hey, Ben Volt. It's been a hot minute. Because Eddie had put a claim in, didn't think the battery acid was in it. Apparently, it's just a water. I bet you can blame me for the damage. That's crazy. Sorry about that, Irene. That sucks. The fact you have to fight for that too, that's crazy. Hey, I got to play the game. I got to play the game. Guys, I got to play the game. I got to play the game.
My employment service thing got me in to do studies, so I'm doing a Cert 3 in IT.
Oh shit, is that 3? That's impressive, bro. Holy shit, good job, bro. Hope you go through it well. So 3s are good. Yeah, sure, man. Why not? Yeah, no, my mom wasn't happy. Technically, it's under her name. Oh no! Crazy people still playing this. How do you guys feel about that?
What, playing Overwatch?
Yeah, Raspin and Zom. How do you guys feel?
I love Overwatch.
As you can hear from this crazy individual, they are very psychotic.
What I don't like those people that are like, oh, I don't play Overwatch anymore. Marvel Rivals is so much better when it's pretty much the same game.
It is essentially the exact same game. It's just 3. It's just that person. That's it. It has a Marvel logo above it. On a gameplay.
I love Overwatch.
Oh, hang on. So can you actually not block out the sleep? Can you actually not?
No.
That's
Yeah,
so
yes, I
annoying. Yeah, hang on. In 5 seconds.
I think it's been more than 5 seconds.
I'm waiting. I'm waiting for my sleep dart. Rice.
You already have your fucking
I'm
sleep
waiting for my
dart.
sleep dart. That's crazy. That's crazy. That's so dumb. It's clearly against the sword too. That's so weird. I understand that. They'll probably fix that, surely, right? They'll fix that. Along with 80 other issues.
So you can sleeper or you can't sleeper?
You can't. No, you can sleeper. You can. Which is weird because it's against the giant sword. It makes sense if you hit a head or body and if the sword won't count. That makes sense. But I hit the sword and still slept Rice.
Remember when everyone thought that she was going to be non-binary?
I thought she was going to be a fucking tank. That's what I thought she was going to be.
I thought she was a tank too.
A giant sword proved it.
So, I seriously, I thought she was a tank when I first saw her.
You know why? The developers commented about it saying, yeah, we want to make it a bit of a different, pattern. We want to do a different pattern.
It's cool we finally have a melee DPS.
Took that time. Hello. Oh no, I'm sorry. Teabag me back.
I wish she was more muscular and had more scars and she had a wider nose like her fucking father.
They posted her fucking.
She's like a button nose in her concept art, I know.
She had concept art?
Yeah, every character. Like all the concept art is like their profile pictures.
Vendetta, Overwatch, concept art.
Concert art. Yeah,
Concert art.
yesterday.
Oh, how was she playing?
She would be best to play with high DPI.
Like a Doomfist.
What do you fuck?
Or high sensitivity.
Is this her?
I don't know what you're looking at, mate.
I don't know what I'm looking at either. I'm on Reddit, so... yeah, I'm trying to look at... Ah, is this her? It looks exactly the same. That looks identical.
What are you looking
You
at?
can tell us.
Oh, yeah. I think I don't know, I think the concept art just had a lot more exaggerated features in the game. That's why
I
she
mean,
looks
it's
so-
kind of hard to render that into 2D to 3D. That's how I feel about that.
Her thighs are big.
I
They're
wish she
too
had more
big.
scars because she's a fucking gladiator fighter, and I wish she had a bigger nose, and I wish she was more muscular, and
Wasn't she like a coffee barista?
yeah, she was. Before she started fighting, she worked at a barista store.
That's why she got all the scars from the hot coffee spills.
Look at the burn scar all over her fucking face.
Ah, my father!
You know,
I'm wrenching!
how I got
Hey,
this scar.
if she does get a barista skin. Like, so.
Maybe like her sword can be like a big plate, like a big and there's like coffees on it. Big board of coffee.
Mm-hmm.
Oh my god, I'm a fucking genius.
We're very proud of you, bro.
Thanks, man. I'm really smart. Don't mention it.
Yeah, she's okay so far. I don't mind her. She's okay. I'm not being that hooked onto her. I don't know. I like the idea of what she looks like and what she does with a sword, but I don't know.
I'm just the master.
Bro fakers.
Master.
I'm just a master.
I'm the master.
Watch me get
Playing my
banned in this next game.
I'm gonna report you.
Yeah, sure, go for it, man.
I haven't played Tank.
You know, my actual New Year's resolution is focusing more on my content from different games that I was meant to be playing. Like, I dedicate an entire month for that one game that I was meant to like finish and play. Like, Silk Song, Borderlands, Dead Space Remake, Jedi Survivor, and a couple other games. Oh, no, I mean, actually, yeah, maybe Overwatch 2, actually. No.
Don't forget Overwatch.
No, for real, no, for real though.
I can play through on the Overwatch PvE.
No, like for real though, I feel bad for having Let's Plays that are like not finished on my channel, and I kind of want to dedicate each month for those per game, like Silk Song January, Jedi Survivor in February. Because it's cool to have like a theme, you know, too. I can do dress ups for them too, for per thing as well. That'd be kind of cool. I just feel bad, you know. And Ratchet and Clank too. I'm now doing Ratchet and Clank for Matt, and I'm pretty sure Matt will like that too. And plus, I need to do a Dead by Daylight recording as well for Elle, because it's for a birthday gift. I do. Yeah, I do. I want to do it because I told her I was going to do it for a birthday present. I was going to do a recording session of me just playing Dead by Daylight.
I used to love Dead by Daylight, but now I hate it because everyone just sweats on it.
I think everyone sweats on all games if they just have too much time on their hands and that's naturally good. I think Call of Duty players don't count because they've got years, like capital Y years of experience with the exact same game. But Dead by Daylight is like they have no life in Dead by Daylight.
Okay. That's
okay.
Oh, that's how you do it. Oh, you know, I've actually discovered you can throw your weapon.
I didn't know that.
Yeah, you can throw your weapon.
I thought that was like the whole point of a character. I'm begging.
Yeah, I don't know why. It's kind of weird, actually.
Ah!
Oh, oh. Okay, she's not that strong. I just got killed by Lucio.
I think that's what you mean.
Yeah, that's my point. Yeah, that's my point. Every character in this game can be insanely good. It depends on the player. It depends who's playing the character.
Looking online for models of Ventress weapons. Someone has it on the website. I have to pay
He just solo ulted me! No fucking hazard just ulted me
no.
when I was in my baby.
What's wrong with
for no fucking
them?
reason.
What's wrong with them, bro? Welcome back, Purple. How are you, Purple? Fuck.
He didn't
So-
even kill me. The Lucio killed me before I even fucking ulted.
This character sucks.
I thought she did suck originally too, but you just gotta learn how to play her.
I can't be bothered. I'm just
She's
playing.
kinda hard to
I'm just playing her for content, to be honest. Like I said, I'm kind of like not interested in DPS. It was just so autistic. Like I don't like any DPS or support. They're just not enjoyable. Hey Charco.
What's good, chat?
I'm playing Overwatch. I'm streaming on Twitch.
I'm gonna say the fucking N-word.
Do it right now. End my life already.
And you're live. The fuck?
Yeah, because if you get banned off Twitch or you get suspended for Twitch, they call it a holiday. So.
Hey, bro, what's going on?
What?
Wait, we're in a VC. Yeah, Purple. We're in a VC.
Fuck all, bro. Fuck all. Although I'm pretty. Did you see the shirt I sent you on Instagram, Rice?
Wow, fake fan.
I
Don't even
bought
check
it
you.
and it's such a peak find. I found it in TK Maxx.
Oh, TK Maxx is great. I love TK
You're gonna
Maxx.
fucking love it, Rice Spin.
Purple, you don't have to join the VC if you don't want to, Purple.
I want to find one where it just has like Zah instead.
Zah? Like Zaya
Yeah,
from
Zah's
Overwatch? Dude,
No,
one of my
fucking kill
workmates is
yourself.
called Zaya. She's so
you
cool.
You should just snap her neck.
She
Do
can't,
like
bro.
a
She'll
stealth
break my
takedown.
neck,
Do
bro.
it. Do a fucking no, bro. Just do a stealth takedown in like a
Get a
fucking game.
shirt that says Zah, but then it has like a picture of Zarya from Overwatch on it.
Fuck no.
So what's the shirt you got from TK Maxx exactly, Charco? What was the shirt exactly?
Rice Spin can explain it.
Okay, Beggar Rustin, what is it?
You're gonna love it, bro.
Yeah, I'm looking forward to it, yeah. Alright, what is it, Russ?
Send it to me on Instagram.
No, what is it?
Snapchat.
Hello.
Yes.
Yeah, no, that's awesome. I didn't get to know.
Describe the shirt.
They don't get to know?
for us,
Fair enough.
I
chat.
didn't get to know. That's awesome. Wait until Christmas party.
Oh, I'm going to.
Christmas party.
I'm going to, bro.
I can see you do that too as well.
Might even wear it to my mate's engagement party. That'd be pretty fucking good.
Dude,
Nah, I have to wear a shirt for that, sadly.
there was someone I grew up in high school with. They had a wedding and their theme was thongs and shorts. No uniforms or anything.
Oh,
It
you
was
know what? I'm
fucking
just
funny.
realizing that's how you know you're fucking getting like, getting closer to fucking, you know what I mean? You get just getting older, bro. I'm going to my mate's fucking.
It'd be like that,
Thing,
yeah.
bro. Yeah, bro,
One of my
that's-
closest friends got married this year. It was really nice to see that. A very nice wedding. He makes a lot of money. He's a website developer. Yeah.
It's happening, and I'm only fucking 19.
Oh, that's fine, bro. Anyone can get married at a
They're the
certain
same
age.
age, bro.
Yeah, people
That's
can
crazy.
get. Yeah,
I knew
people can marry at that age.
who like a year or two after school they had a baby.
Yeah, it'd be like that. I mean, babies are more likely to happen than marriage. I feel that's easier to do.
Yeah,
You
plus
gotta
you
do one
can't
thing
really
and
cop
that's
out
it.
of it.
Exactly. I mean, maybe.
Well, you could. It just probably wouldn't go down well in courts. You're paying the you're gonna have to pay the child support, sadly.
I love how you and I both said, "Oh, maybe it depends."
Yeah, bro. Same wavelength.
That's terrible. But yeah, no, it's nice seeing people getting married and seeing what they do in their life. It's cool. We can't grow apart from
shit,
each other, but we were very close in high school. He was a very cool kid.
Am I close?
He's very
I
smart.
don't like weddings.
No,
Am I
no,
close to you, Hook?
yeah, no, seriously,
I'm not
bro,
a wedding at
Charcoal,
my house.
you're like the first person I met from my community in person. That was
I
such
know.
a special moment. I'm not even kidding.
I know.
Such a surreal moment, thinking, oh my god, people who I play games with are actually real. It was such a cool feeling.
So, how close am I?
Not that close, bro. I don't even know you that well anymore.
Can I be closer?
I'm kidding.
Can I be closer?
Oh, of course you can, bro. Yeah. I feel like if you and I were closer, we will be smoking dope together. I reckon.
Oh, type shit.
What?
I mean, we already have.
Technically, you're not wrong.
Not technically, we
actually.
have.
Oh
It just
my
wasn't a
fucking
proper
god, we
sesh.
did! Yeah, at the fundraising. True.
How is it that I've had a proper chest with Rogue, but not you?
I'm sorry, man. It's just
And
wrong
Reverend's
pace at the
random
wrong
Indian
time.
roommate friend.
Okay, Charcoal.
What? He understands,
Oh,
bro. Huh?
You're not wrong about describing him that way.
But that should be like the first thing you should describe to him as like his nationality. I'm sure he has other personalities.
You gotta like get the picture in your head now. Like just
is he
like
tall?
Asian,
Is he short? Does he have
Indian
long
Asian.
hair? Does he have
he's
short
actually
hair?
tall. He's got he's tall, like semi-long hair. You know, like way down to the bottom of his ears, I'd say, or maybe just at the base of his skull.
And he kept making the voice the entire night.
Yeah. Okay. I said to him before anything, like right after we were done at the club. Like, no. Yeah, it was after we were done at the clubs. I said to him, no, this was at the casino. Sorry. When they finally got to the sky deck, I said to him, bro, I can't guarantee that I will not continuously do the Indian voice and make racist joke. And he just said, nah, that's all chill. I did the Indian voice a lot.
Oh, I'm so sorry about that.
He moved from India 2 years ago, so he's got a thick accent, and he's like, what? He moved here when he was 20, I think.
Oh my God, Zom. Does he know how to speak English pretty okay?
Yeah. No.
I'm hearing two different answers.
No, he does.
That's very impressive.
He knows the words, he just can't say them. Like he cannot pronounce them like an Australian, not like a native English speaker.
I mean, English is one of the top 3 hardest languages to learn. So that's really cool.
Not fucking true.
Yeah, bro, we've got there, and there. Who are they?
Exactly.
English is one of the hardest languages.
English is very tough.
Arabic, Chinese.
No.
Oh no, Mandarin is also very hard to do.
It's tricky, but English has different meaning per word.
You got there.
I think speaking is easy, but spelling is harder.
No, speaking, bro.
Where?
Spelling's harder.
I think
Not
spelling.
Bro.
Speaking,
Yeah,
bro.
I could just be dyslexic though. I'm pretty sure I'm dyslexic.
My
'cause I can
man's
understand shit.
dyslexic.
From foreign people, pronunciation would be easy, but spelling would be hard.
Are you fucking stupid? Pronunciation for foreign people is the hardest shit
Well,
to do.
no, you know what I mean. Just knowing the words, God. Just
Bro's
spelling would be
getting rage
hard.
baited. Bro's getting rage baited.
Oh shit, bro. I'm just that fucking monkey with his hand on his chin and you're the fucking tiger. Just like, ah!
You're not funny.
I mean, that's kind of funny. That's kind of funny, actually.
It's not funny. Not funny.
Rage bait or...
Oh,
Who are
look at
you?
you.
That is a purple. How are you,
I don't know
purple?
you're in here.
Yeah. I don't know why. There's a silent joining notification now with Discord. I don't know why. Like, yeah. Remember how Llama left the call yesterday and we didn't even know she left because there's no
I don't
noise?
recall that at all because I was not fucking here yesterday.
No, Zom, you were there with us when we were playing Fortnite.
Should've been here.
Yeah, you should have been there, bro. But yeah, when Lana left, we didn't even know she left because we didn't get like that noise notification.
Up shit, bro. Oh my god. I found a peak fucking Discord gift, bro.
Oh god, just mentioned Discord and you already lost me already, bro.
Is it gay? Is it racist?
It's charcoal, what do you think?
It's part
type shit.
And there's nothing wrong with that.
There's plenty wrong with that.
Of course there is.
Are you gonna queue up, mate? What are you doing?
What do you mean?
Lucky.
You fucking blind?
I
Oh, what the hell? The hell is that? That's so
What?
cool. What the fuck is that? That's funny as hell.
so mean
I
to
got the emote of listen up.
You're
for
gonna be an
Reinhardt.
adult next year and you have to deal with adult stuff.
Yeah,
adult stuff.
I think it might just have to kill yourself.
I would recommend Zom. No, seriously,
It all
no,
goes
guys,
downhill when you're 18.
guys. I reckon Zom, before you turn 18, you should do a lot of preparation and doing some like mental things of what you're gonna do after you turn 18, like actual responsible things with financing and what you're gonna do. Yeah, you can't really make an excuse saying, I'm just a kid, I'm stupid. You can't make an excuse for that anymore. I've known you've been doing it for a long time, Zom, but after you turn 18, you can't do it anymore. No, seriously, Zom. No, seriously. Zom, let me speak. You can't go about just saying that to people anymore because it won't work because you're 18, bro. So remember.
No, I'll do it. I'll keep doing it. I'll do it till I'm fucking 50. I'm just a 5-year-old. I just turned 5. I don't know what I'm doing, guys.
You're not talking about minors too.
Yeah, please. Yeah, that's my point, Zom. Just be very careful what you say from now on when you turn 18 and think of what you do as well.
Are you talking like FIFO minors or the not so good kind?
Oh, well, you can take a wild guess with that.
Is there a good kind of minus? What does that mean?
No.
I said the not so good.
Yeah. Are you fucking?
so
are you
what's
going
the so
deaf
good?
already, Zom? Are you going deaf already?
The ones that are already dead. I don't know.
No.
I think he said deaf, not dead.
Necrophiliac.
Yeah, what the fuck?
Hell nah, bro. Hell nah.
Oh
That's
my
that
God.
fucking FNAF type shit, bro.
Ted Bundy type shit.
Nah, bro. FNAF type shit, man. Not only are you a
Hey
necrophiliac,
guys,
you're a
did you guys
pedophile.
know that if we do go to the Gold Coast in April, Mario Galaxy movie is out in April. We should all watch it.
We should.
Yeah, it looks good. I saw a
Maybe,
trailer today
bro.
before I saw. No.
All I know is that when the
Okay.
FNAF movie comes out, I'm gonna be blasting FNAF music on the way to watch it. Can't wait
yeah.
to meet you. So just a animatronic family. It's gonna be me and the boys just screaming the lyrics at
You
each
want to
other.
tell them Zom, or you want to tell them Zom?
Bro, the ending thing is literally just gonna be like for Sis Location, and it's just gonna the song's just gonna play. Can't wait to meet you.
Oh, that's a Freddy.
That's how it's gonna end, bro. That's how it's gonna end. And then Jack Black's gonna appear and go, "Lava bucket, release!"
What is it? Some type of sister location?
Type shit. No. What is it? The guy that's playing fucking the Night Guard's just gonna fucking say, "Oh wow, I didn't know I had a sister. Where's she located?"
What the fuck? I'm waiting for him to say zoinks.
And then it's just gonna come up with the fucking like next movie title. It's just gonna be Sister Location.
Oh, the next movie is rated M as well, which means it's gonna be.
Oh, finally!
Yes,
that was the
finally.
issue I had before when I first saw the other movie. That's good how they make it a bit more violent, because that's what it needs. That's what it
You're
lacked, I
fucking
reckon.
trash at Overwatch, bro.
What's up?
I understood
You're trash
the
at
reviews
Overwatch.
and how people
I'm
were
just
annoyed that it
hanging
wasn't
out. I
inspired
don't
by
need
the
to be good at the game to have fun.
You do, bro. You do.
No, you don't. No.
You do.
I'm having fun with you guys talking smack and just playing the game.
How about I just fucking I don't know.
I'm just having fun.
I was about to say something real bad. I realized you probably don't want that said on Twitch.
Please, please confine yourself. Don't do a mantis, please.
Oh, I would never. I'm not that
Please.
dumb.
Thank you. Thank you.
Get it?
Please. at least
Thankfully,
play-
I'm not gonna do a mantis. Any type of mantising, bro.
Thank you.
Whoa.
Did you hear that thing that one time that almost got caught up by that what Mantis was gonna do potentially? What they did on the
What?
Foundation stream almost made me do the Heil sign on stream. He was like,
wow.
"Oh,
Bitch, you
do
have a
this."
sticker of you doing the Heil side.
Yeah, but that's
Not
different.
live though on the internet
Yeah,
that anyone can clip.
That's on an enclosed server. You know?
Well, not really enclosed, but like that. You do have a point
Enclosed
of those on.
enough server.
I might
There is
delete
also
that to
still
be
a picture of
honest.
him Online.
That is true.
Yeah, I probably
pretty sure
will be
we-
delaying it regardless.
And
but
also,
yeah.
I've heard you say some pretty wild shit, bro. I've
Yeah,
clipped some
Zom,
pretty wild shit
you,
of
you
you.
said some pretty fucked up things, bro. So you can't really
I've
say that
clipped
much.
some pretty fucking wild shit from both of you.
That's going to a blackmail folder.
No, actually, I do have a cancellation folder of me saying shit that I deleted from clips. I'm not even kidding.
What are you even saying?
There's some stuff that I did not feel comfortable saying.
Are you saying
Oh, you
dark
do
and
have
dark?
one. I remember you
Mhm.
sharing your screen
Yeah,
one
these
time
was a
ago,
punishment. There was a punishment that I had to do on a spin wheel. I was like, I have to play these like fucked up clips I said if someone clipped it, and I'm like, I have to play these now. Fuck.
Yeah, you probably shouldn't have done that.
No, it's funny though.
You should make an alt account saying and name it something like the worst of Hawks ever clips.
Oh my
When the
god.
fuck did Mr. Beast open a fucking theme park?
About a week ago.
In Saudi Arabia.
Yeah,
All countries.
pretty-
Saudi Arabia.
Only for a short
Yeah, bro,
time
they're
period.
gonna
apparently.
enjoy that one, bro. They're definitely gonna enjoy that because they
Sean-
know who Mr. Beast is, definitely.
You see, no, they do. He came out to the theme park and everyone was just running at him, so he had to go back inside.
Why the fuck would you open a theme park in like the country with the most
Because
human
clips.
rights violations?
Because clips and
why
more
not?
exposure. If he gets a good
Germany human
payout
rights
from it,
violations
it's probably worth it, to be honest. That's all he thinks about his views and engagement. That's what Mr. Beast is practically is now. I agree with Jacksepticeye. Mr. Beast has literally ruined YouTube. He like did so much fucked up things that for clout and views, and pretty much that's
Or
what
he said
people are
the
going
N-word.
for. No, not PewDiePie said that, bro. Not Mr. Beast.
No, he did say that. In an
Oh,
old
really?
clip.
I'm not even surprised.
Yeah,
I'm
so
not
did
surprised.
Chris.
Chris Hansen? Did he
No,
really?
and
Did he
not
say to-
Chan either.
Oh, well, I'm sorry. How come he hadn't said the N-word, Chris Chan? I thought he did. But yeah, that's my theory why YouTube is so toxic and so brain rotted. Because Mr. Beast started it.
Boom! Explosion. Green screen explosion effect.
Literally, bro.
That outer is peak though.
Yeah,
Mhm.
did they like get rid of it?
Yeah.
They probably
I
would
don't
have, to be
know why
honest.
the fuck they got rid of
The
it, bro.
Dodge Resolve, I saw
Because he's a
that.
fucking like serious company now.
Well, he
That
has
is
to
true.
be. The amount of money he makes, he has to be a very serious
Bro,
company.
he used to actually make good content, and now he's just content farming.
When I used to stay at Trump Tower.
Who isn't
Exactly,
content
bro.
farming, to be honest? Let's be real. Yeah, that's how Queso got popular, because his clips. So,
I don't like Kaizo.
Queso's cool. I
Oh
like
no, it's
Queso's
funny because he's
mom.
fat.
Yeah, exactly. And that's what got him so popular, because his chat
I don't
was
think it's funny,
rinsing
it's just
him.
loud.
I'm loud, bro. I'm funny. The silence
well,
is really killing me. Please say
well,
something.
Kaizo doesn't say anything funny when he's loud. He's just loud.
But that's the whole idea.
But the 1x1 Lego piece was actually like a fucking.
That was so. That was a classic,
What he
bro.
does is
One by
be
one
loud
Lego
and
piece.
show off his cat.
Fucking, I would do that as well if I
Yeah,
if I
same.
got paid to do that, bro. The
Yeah,
fuck?
and if I got like 30k viewers each stream, I'll definitely be loud and show my cat and saying, "Look at my kitty, kitty." And he's got a GamerStop's flavor too as well, and it's actually really peak actually. Cotton candy
Yeah, 'cause
corn
that's when
flavor.
you, yeah,
Feels
you definitely
good.
know you made it when you have a gamer sub.
Dude, yeah,
the
I'm
fact
not
that
even
you-
kidding. That you make
Definitely not the
dumb
fact that
money.
you've just partnered with a fucking Juna brand.
Honestly, it's money. Unfortunately, that's what makes the world go round. That's the sad fact about it. There's not matter about background story with the company. You're still making money, so that's the unfortunate reality, I guess. I'm not a fan of how they display that kind of stuff though, especially for kids because it's cartoon characters with over proportioned bodies. That's why I get the
Gamer
creator
subs.
cups. Yeah,
Yeah.
get him subs. Yeah, that's why I don't get the
City
cups. I only get the creator cups only. That's why I like Most Critical's cup, and that's why I like Ineru's cup because they're actually normal and they're not even that crazy. And like,
I don't know. You have to get the Swagger Souls one, mainly because it's just Swagger Souls.
I wanted to so badly. I had Jay Schlatt when he had his Glock and his gun, when he had his ram horns when there's a girl, but I broke her because I was fucking stupid.
You also broke your fucking Cold One's fucking glass.
I
was there when you broke that, bro.
I was
It was so
devastated.
sad.
I was devastated. It was a left-handed
That's
too,
a
man.
limited
Mhm,
edition.
It was very limited. It was left-handed only, not
Yeah,
right-handed.
he's just living up to the cold one.
Yeah, because you definitely had a left-handed glass.
No, I have a left-handed brain cell apparently, with me being stupid about that. It was so dumb,
Yeah, everybody who's left-handed is just plain retarded.
bro.
Is it not true?
I mean, not wrong, but maybe just refrain yourself from saying.
Yeah,
Let me 1v1 Widow, she's mine.
Go for it, go for it. Okay. I thought you were playing D.Va Zom. I thought you were playing D.Va. I was so mad.
Let me 1v1 this 200 HP character as a 600 health tank with 2 lives.
Fun fact, did you guys know that
just don't
D.Va was the...
believe.
Oh, no worries, Purple. Enjoy, Purple. Hope you have a good time, bro. Bye, Purple.
What?
Yeah, did you guys know that D.Va was the most buggy character in the game when it first came out?
Damn, bro, that's crazy.
She was game crashing the game apparently because of her 2 models. Well, not 2 models, but 2 players. Yeah, and I wish it did. I wish
I
it
remember when the
did.
Junkrat mines did damage to
Yeah,
yourself.
yeah, it was funny. It was silly and goofy, and made you think we have to position yourself. And I like that. I wish they brought that back. It makes it punishing.
Welcome back, bro.
Yeah, did you leave? It's so hard to tell if you join or leave because there's no notification noise.
I got
because you're on
you,
streamer mode
bro.
on Discord. There's no notifications.
No, even with stream mode on, it will still be on there regardless. GG's boys, well played. Yeah, well, you were played. You played well. No. Oh no, that's so cool. Holy shit, that was fucking sick. Foiled.
I was gonna talk to them too, but you're an asshole.
Dude, we're gonna join next game. We're re-queuing. We can might get them again, bro. It's fine.
Ah, you're an asshole.
Okay, you are we eat, bro.
And you're black.
Yo, what?
What?
Guys, there's a ghost. There's a racist ghost in my room, bro.
Oh my fucking god. Okay, charcoal.
What the hell?
Okay,
I
buddy.
just pray, don't you worry, bro.
You are what you eat. Are we not gonna talk about that?
Wait, hang on. Have you prayed today, bro? Purple, have you prayed today?
Yes. Yes.
Oh, really? Oh,
Yes.
nice. I'm
He
happy.
doesn't even know what it is.
That's why I said it. That's why I said it. Yeah, I'm not gonna lie. I'm over the sword swing girl. I'm
Spider-Man
over.
2 is on sale.
Oh,
It is?
really?
Holy shit, what?
Yeah, but it's like $20 off, so it's gone from 94 to 75.
Damn, bro,
That's
that's
a
such a
jump
good deal.
down. That's a-
Definitely. It's not like the other two Spider-Man games are fucking 60% off.
It was on the PlayStation Store as well.
Well, it's
That's
on
bullshit,
PC.
man. I mean, Riceman, if you want to get me like an early Christmas gift and stuff, you know, that'd be like really nice.
I'm not
Well,
spending $60 on you.
Well, Sonic
yeah,
Racing is $75. That's
We're
pretty
giving
decent.
away free Christmas gifts.
Riceman, the amount of weed I have given you,
Riceman.
sir, how could you?
You know what, man? Funko
He has
Fusion
a- he
is
has a
on sale if
point.
you want that.
What is?
Funko
Oh,
Fusion.
could be giving away.
The fuck is Funko
Christmas
Fusion?
gifts.
Oh, that sounds so cringe. Is that Game of Funko
What?
Pops?
I've never heard of that
That
before.
looks so
You should
cringe.
look at it on Steam.
Looks awful.
Nah, bro, no. You should do Snowbreak Containment Zone. Search up that. That's free to play. It's pretty good. I wouldn't know though.
Oh,
Is
I
that a
just
porn
looked at
game?
the image on it, but
Is that what the fuck? I'm streaming, cunt.
Did you search it up? Luke?
Of
Yeah.
course I did. Of course I did.
the Master Chief Collection is on sale for $15.
How much?
Okay,
Sorry.
that's a good one.
$15.
Is it really?
The Master-
Mate, Halo is fucking
I
14
love
bucks.
Halo.
Imagine if we get
That's so
MCC,
good.
right? And we all play Halo.
Oh shit,
Reach.
Oblivion's on special. What the
I
fuck?
would love to play Halo for you guys because Halo's my
All
childhood,
the Witcher
bro.
games? Oh no, two of the Witcher games. Sorry, Red Dead Redemption 2, Red Dead Redemption,
I would
fucking
love to play
Skyrim,
that.
Risk of Rain,
I would so get
Dark
Halo
Souls,
Reach.
Ghost of Tsushima.
Isn't
They've got a lot of stuff
that
on sale,
like a
holy shit.
massive file though for Halo
Cyberpunk
Master
is
Chief Collection?
65% off. Holy
Can you
shit.
like download one game at a
Wait, I want to
time?
get that new game, that hero game with the water boy guy.
Dispatch.
I don't know
What,
if it's-
Dispatch?
Dispatch.
I want to get that game.
I've been seeing that everywhere. That's
Is it on
expensive.
sale?
No,
Yeah,
it's
is it on
$43 right
sale?
now.
$43 is base price.
Yeah, base
No,
price.
I wanna
Yeah,
be
it
Shit.
looks
I wanna save
cool.
my money.
$43 is a fine price for a new release game.
Especially a Telltale
Honestly,
game
bro.
too. Telltale games are some really good games.
Even though it always has the same ending, which is pretty funny.
Is it really?
Yeah.
The exact same ending. Hang on, really? Hang on. So, hang on. Wait.
You win no matter what, bro.
So this part here, that's the ending. So that's the exact same ending no matter how you play it.
I bet you kill yourself.
No, it looks alright though.
I do
Looks
really want
alright.
Spider-Man 2 though.
If you,
Just
love
so I
us-
can play
if
as
you want
Venom.
it so much, why don't you just marry it?
16
Maybe I
inches of
will.
Venom.
Nah, that's crazy.
Nominate your
Oh my
favorite.
god, there's
Oh, I should
digital
nominate my stream
deluxe,
awards.
and you have to pay $80 for all of it.
Who's your nominee? Oh, I will have to do it afterwards. We should do a nomination games after on this game, guys. We should nominate
Ultra
our
Kills
favorite
one's fair.
game. The Barney surely.
Oh shit, Garden Warfare 2 is on sale.
Damn, bro.
Really?
Okay, so the digital deluxe literally just adds fucking more skins. That's it.
More skins? We love skins, says the Skinwalker.
Oh, Euro Truck Simulator's on sale. Jocko, you get that.
Holy
Making
shit,
cardboard.
yes. Euro Truck Simulator. Holy shit, it's only $7.
I can imagine you really into
I think
Truck
I may have to buy
Simulator. That'll be fun watching you
gonna-
play it, Charcoal, when
Yeah,
you're
we'll
just
play.
stoned.
I think we should all buy it and just fucking do that for a whole stream.
Do a cardboard. Hell yeah.
Just like
Yes?
full-on
Anybody?
thing.
The
I
fuck?
mean, I drink
So
grog.
we don't
maybe.
need all the fucking like all the fucking other like deluxe shit. We just need the base game and we can just play that.
How can we
Do
play
you
it
wanna do
together?
Euro Truck or American Truck Simulator?
American.
Which one's gonna
funny.
be better?
More content, probably America.
Wait, maybe let me check out
What?
America.
How would
You
the
wanna be
multiplayer
comfortable,
work
like,
though?
Driving on the right side of the road and pick Euro Truck Simulator.
So do we just share a truck, or do we have to go on the same truck if we're doing multiplayer?
Dude, we'd be in different trucks.
Oh, it'll be funny if we're on the same truck. It'll be funny.
Well,
Passenger seat,
technically the
back seats.
the Ultimate Edition bundle is only $60, so it is cheaper
Jesus
than the
Christ.
other than Euro Truck Simulator Ultimate
We're
Edition. But
spitting
they're both
facts right
$7
there.
base game.
True.
So we
Yeah,
could, you know, I do have a wheel, so I don't know if it works, but
You have a spin wheel?
yeah,
Steering
with a
wheel.
shifter.
Oh wow. That'd be
If it
cool.
works, then that'll be
That'd be
decent.
so fun to play.
I'll be
Not even
fucking happy with
kidding.
that.
That'd be so fun to play. If you have,
Bro, if it does work, I'm about to be playing every single fucking racing game I have.
actually, bro, I'll play the truck simulator, any kind of driving game. If there was a stick drift and a wheel, that'd be so fun. Jay Schlatt did
So,
that.
Hook, what are we doing for Christmas, chat? What are we just gonna have a big Christmas party?
Well, I'm going to do a challenge how I have to finish and 100% a certain level in a game, and I will not be stop streaming until...
Hook, I've got a better idea.
How about we all meet up and have it like go to the park?
That'd be nice.
Or no, guys, no. Well, how about this? We give Hook an ounce of weed. We give him fucking 10 liters of absinthe, and he has to finish it in an hour.
What? I will die.
Live streams on the Valley.
Huh?
Oh my god, live streaming of Valley. Okay,
that's a recipe for disaster,
I'll only
bro. You
go
will
to the
get beat up.
Valley. I'll only go to the Valley if I go to Everworld.
Mate, are you recording me?
I love Everworld.
Oh, you don't. You
It's such a fun area. I'll do it. I show speed. We are here, chat, in Fortitude Valley, chat.
I think American Trucking Simulator is going to be better. I'm pretty sure it has more places to go. And
How much
shit.
diabetes can you play per minute?
Yeah, well, I mean, there is the demo, so we can just like check which one would be better.
No, that's smart, actually.
I like both.
Which one do you think would be better though? Because
I
one
mean, it
came out in
depends.
2016 and one came out in
He's
2012.
right, you know.
But they both get updated side by side.
Yeah, but do we want to go for the newer one? I feel like we
Depends
should.
what you want. Do you want to explore US states or places
Born in the USA.
I think I kind of want to explore US. I can't even lie.
I feel like Zom's a bit left out here. Zom, what do you think about all this, Zom?
do you want to play American Truck Simulator with us?
No, I just want to read Yuri.
Bro,
Yuri.
your mic is...
What if I give it to
Like
you?
lesbians?
I don't fucking know, man. I don't know what the fuck you watch or read.
How much is it? I read Yowie.
It's $7.
Too expensive.
Do I need a wheel for it?
Yeah, you need
no,
to.
you can
You
play
need to.
with us.
Otherwise, you can't play it, bro.
You don't need a wheel to listen to this channel.
Just don't believe
I don't
me,
know
bro.
why you would listen to Hook in
Just
general.
don't believe me. Is whatever I say that sounds ridiculous, I am always either 90% telling the actual bullshit. So
Whenever it
don't believe
sounds
anything I
ridiculous
say.
from Hook, it always is.
No, it always is bullshit. Especially how I say my tone of voice as well.
Oh, the towers got hit by the plane? Yeah, sure they did, Hook. It definitely wasn't like a planned explosive or anything.
How did that ever happen?
Honestly. And how the fuck did Passport survive a fucking burning building inside a burning plane?
It's an inside job.
Like the show?
Exactly.
I was not expecting that.
It's just like a show, except it didn't get cancelled.
Oh my god, please bring Inside Job back.
That was an inside job though.
Only
They
one,
can't bring it
because
back.
Netflix only cares about fucking Stranger Things.
I love Inside Job, that show.
Isn't the first episode of Stranger Things season 5 out?
Half of the season is out.
Oh, really? Oh, I have to watch. Oh my god. I mean, I'm kind of keen to watch Stranger Things, but I'm not fully 100% into it, if that makes sense.
Stranger Things fell off, bro.
I only fell off because it took 5 years to make the last season. Because people got too impatient with how long it took them to make the video. And all the kids have fucking grown up now too, so it doesn't make any sense. Unless they do like a massive time skip to explain why they're all older. And Billy Bobby Brown had to explain herself with the fucking Dr. Dre kind of stuff.
You said what?
Didn't Billy Bobby Brown have like something sketchy with Dr. Dre? Didn't that shit happen, Dr. Dre? How they're like quote unquote best friends, but people are very concerned about the age gap.
Was it Usher who beat his wife, or was it a different guy?
I think it was Urusha.
What?
Where?
It was all of them.
At all
Yeah, I'm
the
pretty sure
same
every
time.
black rapper, excluding like Ice Cube and fucking Snoop and Tupac, beat their wives.
Honestly, yeah, I'm not surprised.
Oh, and Eminem, excluding him.
Eminem's a good boy. He's the only white
only
person
white
that'll
man that
say
can
the
say the
N word. There's
The
no
only
way
white
you and
person
I
who's allowed to
both
say the
said the
N-word.
exact same thing. There's no way we synced that
Bro,
shit,
I
bro.
already said this yesterday. We're in sync, bro.
Dude.
Same wavelength.
Same wavelength, bro. Same autism, same wave, bro.
Maybe not autism,
Why not?
because I'm not fucking autistic.
Not with that attitude.
Well,
Well, did you guys see the latest Looney Tunes movie with Daffy Duck and Porky Pig? And they explained why Porky Pig had those the mumbling and the neep 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 neep.
because he had a fucking brain aneurysm as
Yeah.
well.
No, because Daffy Duck caused a vase to fall on Porky Pig's head and damaged him when he was a baby. Because they grew up together. It was so funny. My Mama Hook and I pissed ourselves laughing because how funny it was. Like, they explained so much why he's like that. Because I saw it with my parents, the movie.
Not a live action Looney Tunes movie.
That was good. I love live action Looney Tunes. They'll peak. Had Shaggy in it too. The Five Nights at Freddy Shaggy. He's in the movie. Because the cartoon versions were like fucking talking shit to him,
Like
saying you made him.
I killed those 5 children, man.
Like, Scoob, is that a body hanging over there?
They were getting really mad at Shaggy's like live action voice actor, thinking you made him sound like I'm stupid, man. Fucking funny.
Scoob, when they said fixings before they meant fixings on a sandwich.
Raggy,
Ricky.
where are my wristicles? Hook, stop talking.
Reggie,
I love Rax
Oh,
rolls.
Reggie, rigger. Oh shit.
Like Scoob, you can't say that, man.
Why not, Raggy?
It's the roof.
It's a roof. It's a roof.
It's the roof.
Scoob, I'm high as shit right now. I'm straight geeking, man.
I'm
Scoob,
quaking. I'm
I'm
quaking out,
help me
man.
out.
I'm quaking
The
out,
shadows
man.
are coming. The Ragos are rubbing. The
The
Ragos are rubbing.
Regos.
Yeah, bro, the shadows are coming. The shadows are coming.
The monsters
There are
are
rugs under your
coming.
inn. Rugs
The
under your inn.
monsters-
Rugs under your inn.
Ah, that's funny.
I know.
Like Scoob. I can feel them cooling around my skin, man.
Cut the take off your rake off your rin raggy.
Rake off a rig, Raggy.
I think we should let him take it and attack like this objective back here.
I'm just playing. Oh no. Players on. We can't play comp anymore, comp, because I'm going down back to bronze 5.
What rank are you now?
I'm bronze 5.
I don't think we're gonna play anyway.
No, that's fine. I'm just letting you know. What the fuck? Huh? What the fuck? There is no wall here. Okay, that was fucking weird. I got blocked from something. That was weird. Hey Zaya, how are ya? How you going, Zaya? Oh,
Buy
okay.
American Truck Simulator Choco.
Not yet. I'm looking at wheels on Facebook Marketplace.
Means and means and wheels. Yeah, I thought you did, bro.
Yeah, but
You
I don't
missed-
know if it works.
Oh, you should find one
test
that
if it
works.
before you look
Yeah, before contributing $500.
I'm looking on Facebook Marketplace.
Now you
It
should
doesn't
test
matter.
your wheel, bro.
I'm looking on Facebook Marketplace. I can't get any worse than these.
EB Games has the Black Market sale on Black Friday sale.
The black
how cheap
market
is it, though?
sales. I love EV Games when they do the black market sales.
Fuck. Alright.
No. Whee! Thank you, bro.
Wow, it's still only $300. That's so cheap.
I was thinking
$300, what a
between
bargain.
300 and 500. I was thinking because they're very popular and they're retro as fuck as well.
Maybe you should get a flight sim thing for
I
American Truck Simulator.
wish, bro.
That'd be fun.
I want a flight sim just so I can have Flight Simulator and play Flight Simulator. Type
Said
shit.
you might date to 2004.
No! No! Don't do it! Don't do it!
The tank was womp womp. That's so funny. We should play Fortnite.
I agree.
Took you a bit to answer that.
8 minutes episode.
2 minutes episode.
Are we all keen to play Fortnite or no?
I'm gonna get off for a bit. If you guys are still on, I'll join back.
Oh, good.
Okay.
Bye bye. GG's. Good seeing you again, bro. See you, man.
Fuck, I just found a pretty sick fucking, like, steering wheel thing. I can't even lie. It's custom sim wheel as well. Look at this shit, bro. It's kind of peak, I can't even lie. For 150 bucks as well, but it was 3 weeks ago, so I have no idea if it's still available or not.
It's on the Gold Coast there.
Oh, I'll go there. I'll do it. I'll go there.
Oh, it's over at Hope Island. What the fuck?
Oh, Hope Island. Ooh, that's a fancy place area.
I know, it's like just above the Gold Coast, bro.
That's
still
like
gonna save it though.
That's like 1% kind of areas. They'll get annoyed at you if you breathe the same air as they do if you don't know
And
how much
then
money they
there's
make.
this one,
What's that at?
Beanley.
Oh, Bingley.
$50 per guy.
$50 and it was an hour ago.
Oh no.
All functions
and it-
correctly. Don't use it.
Don't use it anymore. That's honestly fair. It is an older one.
Yeah.
But there's so much dust on it. But
So
You
I'll
can
just get
clean
the
it up.
fucking I'll just get the air compressor out.
I'll leave it as is.
Oh, that'd be gross.
Gotta make sure it's gotta make sure it's in mint condition.
You should go to his house and just
type
test
shit,
it before
another one.
before buy. I need to test this. I need to be in your house.
Con's missing power. Okay, why the fuck would you even sell it for $50
What
then?
the fuck?
No, no, on the Frostmaster one.
Huh?
$70 on the right, top right.
The Rustmaster.
What's
Me when I
that?
see your mom.
Oh, it's even on a fucking stand. Holy shit, North Lakes.
Oh
you
shit!
easily print it out today. If you want
PC
to
with
send
stand.
it back.
Okay, that's actually kind of peak. I can't even lie. And it has the fucking little paddle shift, so
I can
that
pick it
actually
up
kinda
for you,
peak.
bro, because I work in North Lakes.
You do not even have a car. It's at Mango Hill.
Oh.
You can easily.
I can literally just fucking drive up there. I very well could. Condition work, you pick up North Lakes.
Yeah.
Plus, it's only 2 pedals, and you only need 2 pedals for fucking driving sims.
Mm.
And if I do want to upgrade, then I can just like get a fucking different pedals, different fucking shit. And plus, that shit sits like barely under your desk, which is pretty sick.
That's fucking sick.
I might actually do that one.
I
I'll be
don't
right
know
back.
where that street is.
Hey, Chaka, how'd you go up the storm yesterday?
It's not here.
Oh, what?
Oh no, man.
Oh, what happened?
So to be back.
Oh no, hope he's okay. My game's taking a bit to load.
We're back.
Oh, good. I'm muted? Oh yeah. Am I really muted? I'll be doing well, Purple. What time is it for you right now, Purple? I'm after BRB as well because I need to get a drink. Oh, so sorry, bro. I need to... Wait, watch the trailer while I'm gone. Watch the trailer while I'm gone. I'm gonna get a drink.
No, okay.
Secrets whisper, soft and low. A single glance, a gentle curse. Rhythm sways, the night rehearsed. Trumpet sigh, the shadows lean, eyes like daggers, sharp unseen. Every note a tempting lie, every dance a sweet goodbye. Your heartbeat echoes mine tonight, lost between the wrong and right.
Ah. Hello, yes, I am back. Oh man.
Yo, you muted.
Yay, Fortnite. I should play a Fortnite session by myself and see how I go by myself.
Yo, you muted, by the way.
Am I muted? Oh, okay, hang on.
Yeah, you muted.
Okay, hang on a second. If I'm muted, give me 1 second then. Hey,
Okay.
hey, you want to see something cool? Purple? In Australia, our company Fanta, I'm not sure if you know what Fanta is, it's an Australian company, but they did a Halloween thing for Halloween characters. So this is a Chucky, Chunky Punch with the killer Chucky on it in Fanta. There's a lemon one for Faster Freddy's. There's another one of that robot girl who did the dancing and did the stanky leg while she broke someone's neck with her legs. And what was the other horror character they did? It was Chucky, Faster Freddy's. I don't know who the other one was, but they did like a Halloween thing. Fuck, the ad was awful.
Was it like Ghostface or Michael Myers?
No, not Ghostface or Michael Myers. No, it was more like what's around at that time that was getting popular. Like Faster Freddy's 2 was getting hyped up. That's the reason why Faster Freddy's was there. And the reason why I had Chucky there, because they revamped Chucky's movie. So,
nice.
Yeah, so it's more like the more normal kind of things, you know? It's okay.
Yeah.
And it's okay. Not bad drink for the new Chucky milk. It's okay. It's a Harry Potter themed cup, by the way. Mama Hawk loves it. She loves it so much she's not even using it anymore.
Oh, that's so relatable.
I'm going to play this game by myself to see if I can get a win by myself with no issues.
Yeah, I believe in you.
This game is
get a victory royale.
Oh, actually, okay. It'd be funny if I did get a victory royale. It'd be so funny if I did. The fuck is that? Oh my god. The fuck was that? Oh, we found a game. Oh my god. Hey, so Purple, do you reckon I should play the game like that so you can see the whole game? Or do you reckon just like have me just like there maybe might be better? What do you reckon, Purple? Wait, you reckon the entire screen?
I think option 2 is better.
Option 2 is better, you reckon like that?
Yeah.
Have it right in the middle. Chat's right there as well. Have chat. Maybe right there, maybe. Cool. Maybe a little bit bigger, maybe. Have the hook there, like elevating above it, maybe. Maybe have that covering there, maybe. Reckon that looks okay? That's cool.
Yeah, looks good.
I like that. Thank you, man.
Yo, you're still muted, by the way.
Am I really? Oh, hang on. Yeah, hang on. Hang on. Hang on. It should be okay now. It'll be crazy if I did get a fucking win, honestly. It'll be funny as hell. First really gotta do when playing Fortnite. Drop down straight away. Hang on, that's real. My game's muted. Not only I'm muted, but Fortnite's muted too. Where the fuck's Fortnite on my game? There you go, Fortnite. How come I... dude. I can't control my game. My controllers are messed up. I can't...
Yo, is this throwing? Is this like...
I can't control myself. What happened?
Yeah. That's what
that's better. That's better. What happened? What the hell? I'm gonna go straight down, find these weapons in these houses, and kill everyone who falls down. Easy kills. Oh no, they're doing the same thing like I am. Uh-oh. Shit. I'm gonna die more than likely. There's no gun here. Oh no, I got a thing. Oh no, I got a shield and a dream. Hopefully someone around me can be fine. Is the game not too loud, by the way, compared to my voice?
I have your stream muted.
Oh, okay. Oh, that's why I'm muted.
Yeah.
Are they anyone around
you? I was like, yeah, I said you were muted a couple times.
Oh, okay.
Yeah,
Let me practice this. Thank you. Oh my god, that's crazy. Wee! Haha, you suck.
Yeah, that's right. You tell him.
Haha, you suck.
Go get him, Tiger.
There's no way. What is this peak gameplay, bro? Get wrecked, son. Did you see that shit? That was crazy. Oh.
I regret to inform you, I did not see that shit.
That's okay, bro. That's fine.
I'm in the middle of an Overwatch game.
That's all good, bro.
I'm trying to lock in. I'm trying to in.
Is it late right now for you, bro?
What?
Yeah, it's 1.
1 a.m.
Maybe you... Okay, leave then.
Yeah.
Go to sleep, bro.
Go to sleep, bro. You fucking degenerate.
Hello.
Hey, Kayla. How are you, Kayla?
Hi. I'm good. How are you?
I'm doing well, bro. No.
Well, I want to make sure it works, so I'm gonna like message the guy randomly because I'm just gonna get my brother to
Go
buy it
to
for
his
me 'cause he owes
house
me.
and be like saying, "Hey, buddy, I
You
want to
should.
test your thing."
PM them, like, what's good, baby girl? What's good work?
GG's, guys. I'm going to bed. Good night.
What's good, baby girl? That shit still work? Let me see you drive it. I want to see you jumping up and down on the gear shifter. I don't know.
Should we get a discount, huh?
I'll pay extra.
Trust.
I'll pay extra for the discount.
Kayla.
Yeah? What's up?
What?
I thought you said my name, sorry.
Oh, no, I didn't. Sorry, no. Well, what's up? You okay?
Yeah, I'm good.
Okay. I'm going to try and play one more game. And I'm going to see how I go by myself and we'll play a game together.
Yeah, what are you gonna play?
Maybe Call of Duty, Modern Warfare, maybe, give or take.
Ooh, that's a good one. That's a good one. Yeah.
I've actually never played Modern Warfare before.
You did it.
I think Domino's has gotten more expensive.
Yeah, they have. Yeah,
Last year.
they have. They definitely increased their prices. Hey, Kayla.
Hi.
Oh, sorry. There's someone in my stream. Sorry, I was saying Kayla. Sorry. How are you, Kayla? How you going, Kayla? You going good?
I'm so good. Yeah, good, thank you. How about
No,
yourself?
sorry, no. I was talking about the one in my chat. Sorry, dude. Sorry, so we get the names mixed around. You going well, Kayla Woo? You going good? That's good. You're so good. That's good to hear. Hopefully you understand that I have my mate here being a bit of a troll. I don't know why she was answering my questions, but just ignore her. Oh yeah, that's funny. I'm happy. Very real, very real. What are the chances that you guys bet money on me winning a game of Fortnite by myself?
I'll bet 50 cents.
I bet 100 again.
That's what? That was such a bot. That was such a bot. That was such a fucking bot, bro. That was such a bot, bro. Such a bot, bro.
Wow, you're really like being mean to the bots, or like what?
Dude, the clankers, bro. They have no moral citizen rights, bro.
You know what? You're right. Fuck the clinkers.
What the fuck, dude? I need you to leave the call, bro. Can you not say that on my stream, bro?
Clanker.
Clanker, Ratchet and Clanker.
Clanker. You don't want me saying clanker on your stream?
Well, only if you say it with the hard R. That's the only thing I'll accept.
Whoa, I just came back to saying it with the hard R. I hope you're talking about retard.
That's crazy.
Then again, I hope you're talking about other stuff as well. You know.
He's talking about me. He's talking about me. It's fine. He's talking about me, bro. I'm the silly
Rogue said
word.
the N-word to me like 5 times in person.
That's pretty cool. Yeah, I can see Rogue doing that.
He's chill like that, bro. He's chill like that.
he has the N-word pass because there's a friend who's African American.
He's Indian.
Oh shit.
I didn't know you were chill like that.
Yeah, bro, I didn't know you chill like that. Yeah, bro, gotta help my brothers in Christ just like you. I'm Indian.
I'm my brother in Christ. My brother in Christ. I am an Indian.
My brother not in the shower.
Oh my god, relatable. Am I right, boys?
No.
No, I was talking about Kayla, sorry. Because what Kayla said in the stream. The infamous
not in the
clip.
shower,
No,
huh?
infamous clip of Kayla saying, "Yeah, I watch Hooksy for a while having a shower."
Oh my
Literally a Kayla. Yeah, literally a Kayla.
What?
Literally, yeah, it's pretty funny as hell. I'm not offended or anything, by the way. I don't feel like I'm offended by
I'll
it.
be flattered.
I never said that. I never
I
said
would
I
be
watched
flattered,
you in the
though.
There is a
shower.
clip. There's a clip of you saying it. What do you mean, bro?
One of those waterproof speakers.
Lindsay
shit,
twisted
man.
my words. Lindsay twisted my words.
Doubt it.
Okay.
I saw Loomsy in a stream of a streamer friend of yours this morning, Kayla. Can you please lose? How much money I got bet on me, Purple? But yeah, Loomsy and I were in a stream, and your friend was pretty much doing a clip shout out to everybody. And someone made a clip of me saying, like, someone in my chat saying pregnant person like a bunch of times.
Pregnant person, pregnant
Yeah,
person,
it was
pregnant
so
person.
funny. I don't know why
Yeah,
they're doing it.
Because you're a pregnant person.
Fuck you, bro. I'm not a pregnant person, bro.
You
You
are.
are. You're pregante, bro.
Pregante. I love that. I love
Yo, I just saw you get that kill.
Thank you, bro.
You're not supposed to give him positive reinforcement. It's hook sniffer. You have to be fucking brutal.
You don't have to, bro.
Yo, Hook, you're so fucking ass. Like, I saw you miss that shot with the hunting rifle.
Thank you,
like,
bro.
Holy shit, can you please get better?
I will. I'll try my very best to. But at the end of the day, I'm having a fun
At
time.
this rate, you gotta uninstall the game. Like,
Is
come
that a
on,
person?
just gotta touch it out.
That's not a person. Beep, 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 beep. I will correct.
Pregnant?
Pregnant? What'd you get, Russ?
Kayla, hop on Fortnite.
Oh, I just got into an Overwatch game. I'll hop on after this.
Fuck, search too long.
Oh, Kayla, what's up with that? Like, why are you playing Overwatch when you could be playing Fortnite?
We better cut our losses now.
Oh, this
No,
just
no,
killed
no.
me,
That's fine.
guys.
That's fine, Kayla. You'll be
Oh my
right,
God.
bro. Have you delayed a new character yet, Kayla?
Yeah, I have. I was really bad.
Did you have a good time, though?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's what matters then. As long as you had a good time, it does not matter about skills or having been good at the character. It's a video game. They're all about having fun.
Exactly, it is.
Either by getting better or it's not that deep, bro.
Either get good or just die.
Yeah, literally, just kill yourself. Easy. Not that hard.
Well, look. Well, look. I'll be
He's doing a
honest.
$5,000 travel voucher discount.
Who is?
Giveaway. Rog, the cold one boys. Doing a $5,000 travel voucher.
That's fucking cool. Whereabouts? On
Is it
Instagram?
like scan your cans and you get like maybe?
Yeah, it is. Send us a picture of you enjoying Mandarin
That's
and
so.
lemon ice cream.
Oh no, that must be American only
If you
then.
don't win, they're mailing out hand signed postcards for the first 1,000 entries.
I got a hand sign. I got a hand sign from the boys already. I don't need that shit. I already got that already. Maxi Chat already signed my card already when I first got my grog for the first time. Give away 5,000 crumble carry on. Send us a picture of you enjoying Mandarin and lemon ice. Does it have to be both of those things? Okay.
I think the drink is called Mandarin and lemon ice.
No, they're separate drinks in total. There's no fusion. It's from like one pack that's in America, how it's only 2 flavors in one. It's like the grape and the peach when I first released it.
I've got a picture that would win it. You gotta have like both the cans with one of those conjoined straws in each can.
Hey, what about me wearing my maid outfit? What was the flavor?
Wait, what's the challenge?
Yo, wait, maid outfit?
Yeah.
You should send them a picture of you enjoying their new drink flavor.
I've got a crazy idea, Rasmus.
What?
We share one straw.
That sounds kind of gay.
You wanna meet up tonight?
Yo,
You're gonna take that deal, Rasmus? Possibly get a voucher?
It wouldn't be the gayest thing I've done.
Type shit.
Yo, okay, I gotta.
It's not like we've like
I got a
held
question.
It's not like we've held hands like while listening to a love song or something like that.
Same.
type shit, man.
Listen, you can be a straight man and do gay shit with your friends.
Bro, if you
Oh,
do the
shit,
most
he's
gay
right,
shit with
dude.
if you do the most gay shit with your friends, you're the most straightest person ever.
Yeah,
As
because
soon as
you're
you
not
start
afraid to
saying,
do
"Whoa,
it.
bro, that's gay," you're fucking gay.
that's
Yeah,
just, like,
you're homophobic.
Yeah, just like
The
perps.
amount of times we've held hands and it just starts
Yo,
skipping.
what?
Oh yeah, we did that as well.
Oh, that's so nice. That means you're open about sexuality. That's so
Me
cute.
and Riceman are just locked in, bro.
That's good. That's good.
Known him for less, like probably a year or 2
The
years now.
fuck? Hello?
We locked in,
What
bro.
the fuck happened? That was weird. Oh, my connection's dropping. No.
That was meant to
I've
be
known
a
him for like 4 years now.
Yeah, it's
I
been a
knew him
hot
before
minute.
the Discord server, man. I
Yeah.
knew him when he was still in a relationship.
And
That is true. That is so true.
I met him when it was like, I think maybe one day after you and her had like a fight or something like that.
Yep, that is correct. Yeah.
Yep.
Charcoal was there on my lowest downfall ever.
I
of-
comforted him. I
You,
comforted him.
you did. You did, bro.
And you haven't held hands with it.
Well, he was
shit,
underage,
man.
bro, when he first met me.
We also haven't
So
gone to the casino before as well.
we can
I was already
change
smoking
that.
cones
We
then,
have-
bro.
We
Mhm.
haven't had a person. He hasn't had a person forget their ID card.
Yeah, exactly. man.
Wait,
And then
that's
decide
true?
to get an Uber back, and then an Uber back again, and then bring every single form of ID that they have.
That's so funny.
Worst part is,
Bonding experience.
huh?
It's really a bonding experience.
Honestly, bro.
What's the worst part?
And then just, you know, or not the worst part, but the best part, you know, doing accents.
I love accents. Dude, my
Yo,
connection's
big
dropping
fellow.
out. My connection's dropping.
Oh, yo, chat.
Why is my connection
12 hours and
dropping?
1 day till the live event. Who's going to be
Yo,
up on
you know what that
Sunday?
means?
What time?
You're lagging and
Honestly,
you're
I
still
can't even
getting
lie. I might
kills.
try and get up
Thank
and
you,
watch
man.
it, 'cause that
What
sounds
time to
peaceful.
start? What time to start?
Like 5 a.m.
Oh, I'll do it. I mean, can I
But it's
afford
5 a.m.
it?
is a good wake
Am
up
I
time, bro. Like, you know,
am
wake
I
up at, like,
working on Sunday?
4, maybe wake up at like 4:45 and then just load it up and then just like go make a coffee or something.
Yo,
I
that's
don't
when you
drink
wake up.
coffee.
Yeah.
Oh my god, I'm not working on Sunday. I could actually watch and stream it.
Type shit, chat.
I will actually do it too. That's actually cool.
And then in the in-game chat, just fucking like plaster your Twitch thing everywhere.
No, that's how you get mass reported, bro. I'm not doing that, bro.
Or you just do it and you somehow gain a lot of followers and you just absolutely fucking blow up.
That's how you become a sweat. Are you just spamming links to everything?
Mango.
I don't like that,
Oh, well,
sorry.
man, I like that. Oh wait, did you
Act
see
like
the video I
nope.
sent you?
No.
Look on Instagram. I'm pretty sure I sent it to you. I should have.
Which one is it? Oh, this one.
Dude.
You literally
My
said
primary
that.
objective.
It's to gain a massive followers. Bro, I really hope Bird Game 3 is an actual thing that actually like comes out and not just stay on AI, because that sounds peak as fuck.
Probably would, to be honest, knowing our luck.
Because if it actually became a game, I would be playing that shit every day. I would
What's
love
Bird
to just
Game?
fly around as a fucking decked out Dodo bird.
Oh, is that the one? Hey, it's like Call of Duty, but it's birds and like your pictures or some shit or ducks. Was it ducks?
More like I would say more like a War Thunder, like fucking planes.
Mhm.
I would assume type fighting, but like without the guns, obviously, and the nukes, or sorry, missiles, and tanks.
I think I get
Actually,
it.
no. Technically, emus would probably be like a tank or something like that, right?
Emus won the war, bro.
Mate, they can win any war.
That was military with
Mate,
actual vehicles and
throw them
shit.
in the fucking like Israel war, bro. The fuck?
What the fuck, Charcoal?
Oh, it'll work.
I mean, you're not wrong, bro. Homer's kicking me.
Or better yet, just release like a metric fuck ton of toads over there.
Oh my god, right?
Do what the British did to us.
Oh my god. This time we'll win for sure, bro.
Well, I don't know, man. We'll probably die from the British's stanky ass teeth.
Stanky ass teeth. Oh, hello.
Yeah, bro. They
Aw.
got them yellow buck teeth.
We've had enough of
Mater
this.
type
We're
shit,
gonna throw
man.
your tea into the water.
Bro, Mater isn't fucking Texan.
No, he's not. He's
English.
British. He's English.
He's
yeah,
fucking British,
his
bro.
voice actor confirmed it, bro.
Rear view mirrors.
Rear view mirrors.
Rears. Rears.
What?
I'm really tired. What's
also,
happening
the
right now?
Cars movie is very inaccurate with the reversing with Lightning McQueen next to.
I wonder why.
Next to Nate Higgers.
I wonder why, buddy.
My name is Nate Higgers, and I hate.
Oh.
That's really funny. I like
My mate
that.
has a shirt of that. It's actually pretty funny.
That's crazy.
It obviously doesn't actually say it, but it's
Yeah,
still
it
funny.
does. Yeah, I've seen
It
it.
just says, "My name is Nate Higgers." I have to actively try to not accidentally say it.
Yeah, you have to be so careful, bro, please. Oh,
I'm always careful with it, man.
Cause 4 is like, you guys are son. It's cool. You could.
Oh, I've seen that one. Oh, have you seen oh fuck, it's like I'm gonna fuck your mom, shit lips. I'm gonna fuck my mom. Oh, come on, bro.
It's real.
Real. Jeff, you're right.
Can I kill this guy, please?
Jeff, you're right. You're like sweating a lot.
No.
I fucked your mom, shit lips.
No.
Peak fucking comedy, bro. Type shit.
I'm just gonna wait him out. I'll see if he gets bored. If he's a kid, I'm gonna wait for him to get bored.
Type shit.
He's right there. You can see him.
Raspen, you should hop on Fortnite as well, bro.
Look at him. He's waiting.
Not working.
Oh, that's unlucky. Raspen, how many V-Bucks do you have?
Oh no, let me check.
Check right now,
Actually,
bro.
Hook, how many V-Bucks do you have?
No, enough, bro. Haha, you fucking spawn camp, bro. Haha, loser.
Bro's in a top 3 situation, what the fuck?
It'd be like that. It's just, I'm just that good, bro.
If you get the win, then yes, you are that good. If you don't, then you're...
That's
like,
fine.
the
All right, let's
worst person,
play.
yeah.
So who's joining? Charcoal and Raspen and Kaylee still joining? Or are you still in the game?
Yeah, I'll join. I'm just in the game, but it hasn't got long left.
Hook, how
Oh,
many,
good, bro.
how many V-Bucks do you have, bro?
You guys can probably do a game
500.
before I play.
500? Would
Aww.
you possibly, give me the no tears emote? Give me the no tears emote?
Wait a minute, whereabouts is it?
It's in Victory Vibes in the shop.
This one here.
It's such a peak emote. It's called No Tears.
Oh yeah.
I'm not gonna cry when this don't lie.
Domino's is selling a mango fix shake now.
Mango.
Oh, gross.
Mango.
I don't trust
Mango.
that shit. I only get my juices from Boost Juice and my Nan.
Have you had the chocolate fake shake from Domino's? That shit goes so hard.
I had the chocolate
actually does,
pizza. That was great. Love the chocolate pizza.
Fucking wasted.
My go-to thick shake when I get wasted is the milkshakes from Hungry Jack's. They're so nice. I love them. They're so good.
Oh. Oh, that's funny, Hook.
I had to do it, so I had to do it. Where is it?
Different thing, bro. Different thing.
We're getting wasted.
Yeah, it's really ugly when I get wasted. It's very ugly. I don't like when I get wasted. It's very ugly.
If you don't like it, then why do you do streams where you start drinking? Like
Because
one video?
because I'm an alcoholic, bro. Isn't that obvious? Hey, big audio worm. How are we, bro? Hey, pumpkin pie. How you doing, sexy? I miss your beard and my lips, bro. How you been, bro? What's crack-a-lacking, worm? We're gonna play some Fortnite, worm. Do you know what Fortnite is, worm? It's a video game what the kids play.
Because they're Master Seafood from Demon 2.
Hey, yo, Hook, why are you worried about what the kids play?
Beard misses you more. Bro, you been drinking, bro? Bro doesn't know how to spell beard.
No, he has a
beer.
Why wouldn't drink a single drink in his life?
It's beer, bro. Hey, Ben, man. Nah, man. Capitalizes the A. He capitalizes the A. I never drink. Oh, man, I miss you, bro. How's your stream? Did you have a good time with your sports, bro? It's a sinful, it's a sinful act of God. Worm, join my chat, join my call, Worm. Be on the call, Worm, with us, bro. I want to talk to you, bro.
Get in here, Worm.
Yeah,
Get Worm on here, bro.
Get your ass in here.
I want to hang out with you, Worm. Hope you're doing well, bro. But yeah, I hope your stream went well, bro.
Hang out with you.
Hope your stream was fantastic, Worm. You missed the best Overwatch game before, Worm. I got 5k on Reinhardt and another 7k on Reinhardt the next game. It was so good. It was so peak.
Holy GG.
I think my game take forever to report.
It's the fact that Worm's not saying anything is crazy. Hey, Raspin.
Chuck, I got 3,900 V-Bucks.
Worm! 3,900? Surely you get me the note easy, mate.
Did Worm actually join? Oh my god, Worm joined. Holy shit, Worm's here.
Little boy pussy is peak, man. That's what I live for, man. I live for that boy pussy. I want to get up in there. I want to live in there. I want to build a little fucking house with a white picket fence all around the fucking thing. And man, I want to have a little outdoor setting, man. We can sit and have fucking dinner together. That's how much I miss you, man. I miss you, buddy. I miss you, man.
I miss you too, Worm.
Brother, we're 10 links in, man. We're thinking of you.
Oh, I miss you too, man.
10 links, man. 10 links. I only think of you, man. I only think of you when I go 10 links. That's it. No one else.
That's so sweet, Worm. I appreciate it, bro. I miss everything about you, Worm.
Master Splinter is shaking his ass.
Don't mind me, man. I need like legitimately 30 seconds to be able to drink out of my wizard staff at the moment, man. We're 10.
That's so
we're going
funny.
10, man.
I thought you were just about to say you need 30 seconds in a room alone with a massage chair, TV.
Dude,
and
if I had 30 seconds alone in a room with Hook, I still have 20 seconds to spare. If you catch my
bro, we're making bank with a hooker, bro, because you're experienced with me. Bro, we're making bank, bro, with me. Not even lying, bro.
I would work your ass out of there, 2-bit mule, man. I would work you.
Worm, if you and I like full on got together, I reckon we'll be the best streamer duo. We'll beat Iron Mouse and C-Dog Connor at the fucking streamer awards, bro.
Dude, if you and me got together, man, we rival fucking Jesus and Christianity, man.
We'll make Jesus crucify himself.
They would be sitting there saying fucking... They'd be saying, you what? New Testament? This is the New Testament, man.
Testing these nuts in your mouth.
Only you can take my breath away. You know, that kind of shit, man. It's you and me, buddy.
100%, bro. 100%, bro. Jesus Christ, bro.
Sorry, man. Listen, I don't drink much, man, honestly.
Oh, no. Honestly, I don't drink much either, bro. I only drink on special occasions. I had
a little drink tonight, man. I'm not going to lie to you, man. I had a little drink. It's not my usual thing, man. But
No. It's fine, bro. I've been drinking Fanta, so that's my drink tonight, bro.
Oh, dude, speaking of that Fanta, you know, a friend of mine got me that hard-rated orange shit. Dude, that tastes... fuck, that is Fanta, man.
R-rated shit? Why are you drinking R-rated shit, you disgusting pig?
Because
I know you're a worm.
R-rated dirty fucking I'm a fucking...
He's shaking his fucking ass again.
Fucking hooah. Fucking
dude, that hard-rated orange, dude, that's like a fucking... Do you like Fanta? If you like Fanta, man, you've got to try that.
Fanta's great. Riceman, what are you doing?
Oh.
It's bad in a good way. It's like a bad when like your wife walks in and she got like crotchless panties on and that kind of shit. Like it's bad, but it's fucking good.
Purple, I am very sorry, Purple.
No, it's not alcoholic. It's just Fanta. Trust me.
It's Fanta, Mom.
Yeah, Purple. We're all sorry, man. We're sorry, Purple. I'll get out of the chat in a second. I'm gonna let Hook play his game, man. I'm sorry. I shouldn't.
No, that was fun. No, that was funny. No, that was funny. We're waiting for Peeps, bro. We're waiting for Peeps, bro. You're the entertainment, bro. We're just waiting for Peeps. It's fine, dude.
Yeah, I know. I fucking take my fucking
Looms
dress off.
1984 asked me, does Hook smell? Also,
you know, like
what is this
dancing
whole deal
girls?
about Kayla watching Hook in the shower? Does
Nah,
Hook
you're
require
just-
a restraining order?
No.
Of course they
You're
fucking
just gonna
smell.
be
They're
like
a
in white
human.
chicks,
They're
but
all
you're gonna
filthy,
dress up. You're gonna
cum-crusted
dress up as a
animals.
black
And
woman.
Kayla watching them in the shower. Who the
I'm
fuck cares?
already
We're all
dead,
degenerates
dude.
in
I'm
this
already
chat.
dead,
Why
dude.
pretend otherwise? A restraining order for what? So she can't
Guys, Kermit
sniff
the
their
Frog's
dirty
talking.
asshole? Fuck
Kermit the
that.
Frog
My
is
puppet
talking.
asshole needs to be filled, not empty like your soul.
Who's Kermit the Frog?
I just got rage bait by Kermit the Frog. Kermit the Frog.
I'm sorry. Oh, man, when you get a game, tell me to fuck off, man.
No.
Well,
It's waiting. Loomsy, thank you, Loomsy, for the Tengia redeeming. Jesus Christ.
yeah, fucking what was their name?
Loomsy.
Loomsy. Now listen, Loomsy, between you and me. Right? Now listen, fuck all these guys, Loomsy, alright? Between you and me. You're fucking champion, alright?
That's crazy, Kermit the Frog.
I tell you otherwise.
Kayla, how long is
You
left
are
in
the
your
champion.
game?
2 minutes.
20 to 30 seconds.
Oh my goodness.
That Loomsy, thank you for making
Play the
Kermit the
game.
Frog roast me. Thank you for Kermit the Frog. Thank you for that, bro. Kermit the Frog literally roast me, bro. Well, do you remember Kermit the Frog? Do you remember him? Kermit the Frog?
I remember the name Kermit the Frog. I do, yes. I mean, like, obviously I remember Kermit, but I mean, like, Kermit from the chat. Yeah, I remember Kermit.
You're so cringe.
Man, you know what I respected about Kermit, man? Kermit was fucking hitting that Miss Piggy, man. Like, that's
Dude, Miss Piggy was hitting him, bro. Miss Piggy was hitting him. She was violating him.
Piggy, man. But, like, look at the size differential between the
Yeah,
two, man.
dude,
Like, I
yeah,
respect
dude.
Kermit, man. I respect Kermit hardcore,
Kermit the
man. Like,
Frog
there's a
was
lot of
literally the
women
original
that
Saving
come-
Private Ryan. Kermit the Frog was literally Saving Private Ryan. Literally. Every time he goes to bed with her, it's like a veteran war moment in his life,
I
bro.
mean, like, he's a frog, though. Like, so he's pretty, you know,
No worries. Thank you,
he's pretty
Kayla.
versatile.
Mm-hmm. Yeah,
Oh, bye,
definitely.
Kayla. Is Kayla going? Is
No, Kayla's joining us on Fortnite.
Oh, hey, Kayla.
Yeah.
Join us for Fortnite. All right. You join me for a week.
Fortnite.
I don't even know what the fuck that means. I don't even know what that means.
Neither do I, bro, but that's okay, bro. It's the vibe you were here, and we're having a great time.
Look, I mean, I'm not trying to make this about the stream, right? But if you join over onto the stream, you'll see this, man. Right, we're 10 links deep.
I am gonna
Look at
see
this.
it now. I'll see it now, bro.
Right,
Don't
join-
worry, bro.
Join when you're up. Join when you're up and you're watching, man.
Bro, I'm
Right?
always
I've got
up
a
when I
big-
see your sexy face, bro. I'm always up, bro. I'm always up.
It's getting quite sexual.
Oh, he's getting a bit sexual.
You know, honestly, after
Oh
you
my
left, man,
god.
after
You have
after you
Kiros
left-
196 and hard.
Oh, yeah,
Don't mix
this
them together.
Pineapple- This
Don't
pineapple
mix
since you were
them.
here. This pineapple, look, and this is the fucking link, right? So look at this. This is it's like fucking never-ending story, man. It keeps going on and on and on and on. And I'm on the pineapple now, man. I had this since you were over here. That's what made me come onto your stream. I said I had this since Hook was over here, and I noticed
No
Hook was streaming. I'm like, I gotta
way.
be over there, man.
Oh, that's
Only you, man.
That's
only
so nice, one. I really
Man,
appreciate
I
it,
love you,
bro.
brother. I miss you so much.
Dude, I miss
I
you so
miss
much
you.
too, bro. I miss you a lot too, bro.
Right?
I miss.
Like in the most sexual yet non-sexual way. Like I don't want it to push into that sexual point, but if you could just like push right to the precipice of that sexual point, that's how much I miss you.
Crossing our
That's how much I
boundaries to
miss
make ourselves question our sexuality, mix of friendship. Literally.
No, not at that point, Hook, but like I mean, literally, like right before it, man. Like
The boundaries
denying
between
myself
etchy anime and hentai. That boundary between that.
yeah, exactly. Right between it, man. Like just there, right there. That's you. That's
You have the best way of your words, bro. You're inspiring. You should be a lecture teacher in a high school, bro.
Dude, I'm fucking honestly, I'm 3/4 pissed, man. How the fuck could you say that? There's no legitimacy to that whatsoever.
I'm speaking the truth, bro. I'm speaking the truth, bro.
I know you are, man. I appreciate you for it, dude. Honestly, like you mean the world.
You know what?
Honestly,
You know what, bro? I'm gonna cut you
Tell
right
me
there,
what.
bro. Everybody feels the exact same way with you. Your existence means the world to everybody around us, bro. Your existence, no matter what you do in life, you make people smile. No matter what you say, you make people smile and laugh. No matter what happens you do in life, you'll be supported and loved regardless because you're such a fat piece of shit.
Hey, look, game recognizes game. You know what I mean?
Really is
Right?
actually, yeah.
No, I'm just kidding, man. I love you, brother. Hey, listen, there's nothing you could ever say to me, man, and make me fucking love you less, except for the fact that you only have fucking 7 inches instead of 20.
Dude,
Right?
it's 6, bro. Don't inflate my ego, bro. It's 6, bro. Oh no, what's the 6'7"? Was it 6'7"? Why inches?
For you, brother, of course. Of course.
Oh god.
Man. Nah, I miss you, buddy. I know it's a beer staff talking here, but I do miss you, man.
No, I miss you too, bro. I miss you every day, bro. Every time I see you playing, I'm always thinking either you or 9/11 every time, bro. I just think of that straight away. I really do miss you, bro. Seriously.
They normally have the same result, man. They go fucking, they blow up.
And the government covers it like it's an inside job. The love between two men is an inside job.
If the government knew what I knew, man, listen, man. It'll all be over. You know what I mean? Look, I know, man.
If Donald Trump has the Wizard Staff recipes and the Wizard Staff plannings, there'll be World War III.
Dude, I'm not a Trump supporter, but I'm not going to lie to you. If he walked out in the middle of the fucking White House with the Wizard Staff, I'd be converted.
No,
I really would.
don't say
I'm serious. I'm serious. I'm not a fan of his, man. But if he walked out with the Wizard Staff, I'd seriously have to consider the situation at that point and be like, dude, this guy's got a staff, man. Hitler could walk out with a fucking staff, man. I'd be like, man, maybe I have this guy all right.
Maybe he's a bit okay. Maybe he's actually not such a bad guy after all.
He's all right, man. I don't know, man. Like, he likes to party. Like, you know, I like to party. We like to party.
We like to party. We like to party.
Oh, dude. Listen, I got to go organize dinner for Mrs. Worm, man. So I'm going to jump off yours because the old choir. Things are getting quite sexual.
Yeah, it is actually. I do appreciate everybody else's patience on the call, by the way, between Worm and I. I do appreciate that, guys. Seriously.
Is other people here?
Everyone's
Seriously?
here. Yeah, thank you, everybody, for the patience. I do appreciate that. For letting us have a moment together.
Fuck you all, bitches. You fucking sit there and take all that I give you.
Heal you later. Fuck you.
You just take it.
I will take it like I did with the most critical jump scare just before. Holy shit. Thank you, Bleep, for the 5 bits, bro. Thank you, Bleep. But yeah, go and get your fucking... Oh, heal you later. Sorry, heal you later. Go and get your dinner, bro.
Fortnite on, all right, man?
We'll get a victory royale for you, Wormy boy. Oh, maybe not. Maybe not, jerk, please.
Hey, fish got to swim, birds got to fly, player.
Yeah.
Right. Hey, listen, I love you, Moy. I love you more than any other man I've ever loved.
I love you too,
life,
bro.
right?
I love you so much, man. I miss you every day, bro. Honestly, I miss you so much.
Hey, listen, it hails in comparison how much I miss you, bro. All right, and everyone else stays putting up with us, but at the same time, fuck you. All right? This is the Worm out, man. Mic drop. This is the Worm out. Peace and love. Love you, Hook.
Peace and love. Peace and love, Worm. Kiss and cuddles too, Worm. Love you, Worm. God, I hate that man. Nah, I love him so much. Oh, that was so nice. Holy shit, bro. Thank you for taking the time to sit there and listen to us yap. We'll play some Fortnite now, guys. We'll play some Fortnite. Oh, God. I love Worm so much. Oh, my God. 10...
You're getting head.
10 cans in, and he was functioning more than I am. That says a lot.
Ricepin, just give me a time and date. I'll come and give you neck.
Thank you, by the way. Thank you. Something went wrong.
He doesn't want to hear the absolute things I will do to him.
If any conclusions, I almost killed... Wait, really? Who's Red Drops? Who's that?
Asked me, what are your honest and unfiltered opinions on the Twitch streamer Hook Sniffer? Also, let's hear your thoughts on Kayla Wu and whether you still believe she is an attention seeker. Oh my god,
what?
Hook Sniffer?
I don't know.
They're totally a thing. I mean, everyone's always talking about them, so they must be popular or whatever.
What's going on, Hook?
And Kayla, obviously she just
I'm
wants
just listening to this bullshit. What the fuck are you talking about? Loomsy. Oh my god, Loomsy. That's crazy. I appreciate the TTS, Loomsy, but maybe not, eh? I linked a clip to the attempted murder. Oh, let's check it out. Let's check it out before we goes wrong. So this is another different person. There's no streamer. There's no streamer, by the way. Who was the streamer of you that you? Hang on. Browser, Chrome, the time, yeah. Alright, what's this is?
He walks into the new room and the guy walks out and doesn't react and he puts a whole mag in him and he doesn't die. In the top right of his screen, he's just got mass packet loss.
Type shit.
That was so good. Oh, well done. Well
Why
done.
are me and Kayla the only ones that are dropped?
Well done.
Yeah.
Sorry. I was getting shown a clip. I'm so sorry, guys. I'll come back to you guys. I'm so sorry, guys. I was watching a clip that someone did. I'll come to you guys now. I'm so sorry. Thank you, Heal later for the clip, bro. That's really good. Kayla and Regina are had previous beef. What the fuck? The fuck? Why are you shooting me? Raspin, over here, bro.
Okay.
Are we okay? Yeah, of course. As long as you're okay, bro. But yeah, Loomsy, thank you, as well as Heal later. Fuck you for the jump scare. But good job on making that streamer choke with his gamer subs while you were doing a most critical jump scare. That's so funny. Heal later. I was playing Resident Evil Village and I did a really good most critical jump scare at it, and I was very proud of it. It got my little brother. He shot himself when he saw it at that part when I was playing it in my video. I think it was episode 3. I think it was episode 3. I'm pretty sure that I made the episode. I think it was 3 or was it 2? It was so funny. I was very proud of it, actually. But there's another thing I want to do. I want to do a dedicated month of me just playing Resident Evil. That'll be so fun. Get guns and get like a suit and an outfit like Leon or the guy like the main character in Village. Regina has been savage with Kayla, like Kayla and Llama kind of level, or what are we talking about here?
Like savage, bro. I got
Like
called
21
attention
Savage?
seeker.
Wait, what the fuck? Is that true, Kayla?
Yeah,
Are you
I
an
got called
attention
one.
seeker?
Not one, but I got
I
called
am. I am though.
Why?
What the fuck?
Hook, we know that. We know you are.
Fuck off.
Why'd you get called an attention seeker?
Because
By Regina George.
Who the fuck is that?
Are we like actually being serious, or are we just like just beef?
No, like Regina George literally called me an attention seeker.
Like for real though. I'm not even
Like, for
kidding.
real.
What?
Like, for
That's really rude. Is there any
I
proof of
know.
it, or?
Lindsay, do you have the clip, please?
That's
Chat,
crazy.
I need help, chat, I need help, chat, I need help, chat, I need help, chat.
I'm just finishing going off. Sorry, I need. Oh, hang on.
I'm coming over to you
I'm
guys.
about to die. I'm about to die. I'm about to be dying. But hang on. I'm gonna come to. Oh, thank you.
Yeah.
No. Oh no, sorry. It's
Oh, I see the
Choco.
people. Look
Choco
out on
needs
you,
help.
look out on
It's
oh,
Choco
behind you,
needs
behind you,
help.
behind you.
What? Oh, vehicles!
Oh my god.
This fucking asshole. Fuck you, bro. Oh, good kill. Thanks, Raspin. You're the real MVP in this whole stream.
Type shit, chat.
That fucking sucks. I'm so sorry to hear about that, Kayla. I haven't really
okay.
I haven't got that shit at all in my
There is gonna be
streams in a
people coming from
long
that one,
time.
most likely, by the way,
Okay,
so
no
watch
worries,
out for
bro.
that.
Yeah, I haven't had that shit happen to me in a long time. So I'm sorry to hear about that, Kayla.
It's
No, they're
okay.
just over
Thanks,
there.
dude.
She just came straight out with it. Are you fucking serious? So did she
I can
use?
look at you right now.
She used to know Kayla, stream with you before Kayla, or did she just like a random streamer?
Hook, eat those.
She just like
Oh yeah, we'll do. I'll eat
she
them.
just like said it. Like she just like said it on like when
But
Lindsay
but
like,
did she
Also,
know you though?
come over
What's
here.
up? Okay.
No, she doesn't know me now.
Then she shouldn't have the right to say that shit about you behind
over
your
to me,
back,
Hook.
bro. Yeah, I'm on my way. Yeah.
I know. It's
The
true.
fuck, where are you, Choco? Am I fucking blind? Oh, fuck me. But once again, though, I do appreciate you guys sticking around with Lum and I, being very intimate. Appreciate that. Hopefully it wasn't too uncomfortable. That's a YouTube video. That's a YouTube video right there, bro. That's content right there. That's pure brother love, bro.
Good brother love.
And the fact is that Worm was stabled with 10 cans in. I was a mess when we did the Sea of Thieves stream with 10 cans in. I was passing on everything, bro. There's a car behind us, guys, like what Charcoal said.
I'm knocked.
No, oh, I got Raid gun. I got Ronald Reagan. Oh, I'm dead. They got a fucking gun. Yeah, that's fine.
I thought I heard somebody there.
They're behind you.
Oh my god. Oh my god.
Hey,
Oh my
chat,
god.
Are we
Oh my
excited?
god.
Are we excited to hear that my streamer friend from
I just
Tasmania,
went straight into another
Violet
team.
Prize, might be moving to Brisbane next year?
Oh, really?
Yeah, more content, bro. I'm kidding.
Let's
I'm
go.
really excited. I've known her for a couple of
Why you
years.
so
She's really
sad?
cool. I mean, because you were here, Ruspin. Because you were fucking throwing,
Because Hook's
dude.
trash at the game, bro. That's why. Only possible reasoning. Oh yeah, Riceman, I'm about to send you a lot more gay reels.
Okay, buddy.
Just so you know.
That's too kind of you.
I know, I'm just so...
I can see that if I can find it. Yeah, I mean, Loomsy, I'm not really interested because it's a nothing burger because the girl literally said it out of nowhere and there was no meaning behind it because they have no clue who Kayla is. So I feel don't take it too personally, Kayla. It's kind of just a random hater because they don't know you. So just don't take it too seriously, I reckon. If they knew you behind your back and they said that shit, then yeah, it should be a problem. But they just don't know you, so that's like a nothing burger.
Yeah.
Thanks for saying the clip, Loomsy. But yeah, that's how I feel. If they have no clue who the fuck you are, whatever they say is a nothing burger.
Yeah, Regina. Frick
I'll
Regina.
poke Regina in the eyes, dude. She might get an infection, the Regina.
Regina Phalange.
Okay, I was saying something else, but okay. Thank you.
I know
Let's
what you're
go.
saying.
Oh, okay, got you. Okay, at least you got it.
Cooked. I got it.
We're not cooked, bro. We're gonna get Victor Royale. What do you mean we're cooked, bro? I'm gonna get a car. I'm gonna get a car. We all have our own cars. I'm stuck. Chat, I'm stuck. There's a reason why this is... Fuck you, Loomsy. Loomsy throwing my game.
Badly.
I got shotgun charcoal. I got shotgun charcoal. You need shotgun charcoal?
Riceman,
I already got one, bro.
I don't.
Right now. Right now, Riceman.
By the way, Storm's coming in, chat.
Please, Riceman,
The
move
fuck?
the car.
Can you guys like fucking hurry up, please? There's a storm right here. We need to take this so seriously, chat.
Oh, I was so hoping I would get it, bro.
I'm just getting guns at this point.
Oh, you already got the ray gun,
Yeah.
Every time I fart, I smell shit.
Let's go, let's go.
Okay, bro.
If we're out of the storm, I'll give it to you, bro. When we're out of the storm, I'll give it to you.
Fine.
Yeah. Just so we're safe, bro. Oh, we're not safe. We're not safe, bro. We're not safe, bro. We want charcoal. We want charcoal.
Oh, what the fuck? Oh my god.
Dude, that scared the shit out of me, bro.
I
Bro,
want the fucking that thing. Thank you, sir.
it's called a gun, bro. Are you blind?
Can I also have AR ammo, or is that
Yeah,
off
sure.
the table?
No, I got no ammo, bro. I only got one ammo. And it's an automatic thing, by the way, too. I'm sorry, broski.
I got 5.
Brag about it.
Whole $5.
Hmm?
Oh, Mo's here. Kill Mo. Kill Mo.
Bet. Oh no. Oh shit.
Hello?
Oh. What the fuck's happening, guys? Are we okay?
I think
Oh,
we're
yeah,
okay.
Chug jug.
We're
Whoa,
okay.
fucking hell.
Jesus Christ, what's going on here?
I have no idea, bro. Oh, car.
Where's car?
Behind.
Where?
Behind us.
The fuck are they?
There's a car behind us, chat, so watch out for that. That's got 10 left in it if anybody wants it.
What am I hearing? Ronald Reagan's scare. I didn't even hear it. I'm so sorry, bro. Jesus Christ. What was that? I didn't even hear
Oh,
that. I'm
car.
so sorry.
Are you good over there, Iceman? Do you want some help?
Fuck, we need... Dude, the storm was quicker than me, bro. Come on. There's no way. Come on, man. Oh my fucking god, Loomsy. Sorry about
Wow, that was crazy.
Loomsy with the Tangia
Someone just
thing.
rebooted in Storm over
I
here.
saw that. Yeah, I saw that. Yeah. Can't do much. We can't do much about that. Sorry about the Ronald Reagan.
Shoot him, Iceman.
Joe Hogan thing.
Shoot the guy. Shoot this guy. Shoot this guy.
Bro's eating while playing Fortnite.
Oh, fuck. Oh, bye, Iceman. Sorry, buddy.
It's fine.
I'll
He's
avenge you.
eating. It's okay. No one's fault, bro. No one's fault.
I'll come back.
Bro, there's everybody
Charcoal,
here.
come back. I mean, pizza, come back. Charcoal.
Alright, Kayla, I'm gonna need your expertise over here. So how about you hop in the car?
No!
Where are you? Okay.
Right below you.
Hello. I'm also here.
Oh, there's another car over there. We're going to go save Rice Bin though.
Oh, get shot, get shot, get shot. Oh, thank you, man. Appreciate it, bro.
Don't let Pook, don't let Pook.
Should be right. We need Rice Bin, but one more.
Alright,
I do not
you're
have
going
any
in to
white
get
heals.
Rice. I'm not going in.
No, we just need to quickly heal him. Get out quickly. We can get him up.
Where is the guy?
Oh, you already left. Never mind. Quickly. If we get him up, he'll have just barely enough. Go.
Yeah, go.
Nice.
Full team, the
Go,
better.
Batty.
Don't call me that ever again.
Don't call you a baddie?
Don't call me that ever again.
But you're baddie, bro.
But you are baddie, bro. Well, what the? Guy.
Oh!
Sorry.
I literally just saw him in the fucking wall.
Same, bro. Above.
Fuck. Where?
There's a guy above, and also a guy over there as well.
Oh, on the right.
I'm gonna go on the very top.
To the right.
What the fuck? I'm getting sniped.
Right there.
Behind.
We also have to worry about storm, so everybody get a bit of the river and then fucking run.
This way.
Yeah, let's just
Or just
go.
quickly get a bit of the river.
Let's just go. Let's leave. We're clearly outnumbered or outskilled, so let's just leave. We'll go through
I
here
need
and
a fucking
recover.
med kit,
Yeah,
that's what I need,
we
bro.
need to recover, guys. We shouldn't be focusing on
Got
fighting.
minis?
Yeah, thank you,
I already got
Kayla.
minis.
Metabolisms.
Pook, come over here. I'll get this bot for us.
Thanks, bro.
Where's the bot?
I don't know. Where is it, bro?
It's
Let's
inside
go and
the
fight,
diner.
by the way.
Oh, fucking
I hear footsteps, guys. I'm getting shot.
There one.
He's
Push him.
Got him.
Metabolisms.
Nice. Oh god,
There's another person somewhere.
I need heal.
I said,
I got med kits.
Thank you.
Thank you. Hook.
Thank you. That might be better actually.
Nice,
Thank
go
you.
down.
Banana.
Behind.
Oh yeah, stick behind. I'm using the fucking building against me. Right there. He's getting attacked by Homer.
Over here.
I'm sorry, are we just in the middle of fucking everybody?
I guess we are.
He's one
Apparently.
close.
I killed him.
Good kill,
Let's
dude.
get some.
Medkit, holy shit.
Yeah.
Do not pick up my minis.
No. We won't. There's a ray gun here.
I
What's
saw
ray
you
gun?
go for it. Who's he shooting at?
I don't know.
There's someone over there somewhere.
I need heal.
one we should
I need
over there,
shield. I need
otherwise.
shields. Oh, thank you. I'm gonna take that one.
There's got to be somewhere over here.
Yeah.
Just shooting over here randomly.
I agree. Let's just go. Ray gun. I need a ray gun. Ray gun would be very, very handy for us.
Let's go up there, chat. Oh, we gotta go to
Got
zone
these
anyway, so
demons.
just go all the way.
Us first 2 people.
That's not bad,
Oh,
actually.
we should get that. We just gotta not let him
They're right
revive.
here.
Yeah. Don't let them revive, guys.
Oh, he just
Okay, he
killed
just killed one. They're in the
Go,
water. Shoot him.
Go.
Over there.
Go. But people are watching me, by the way.
Got him.
GG.
We did for Worm. First game with Worm giving us the
Right behind
best
you.
speech ever. And guess what? We won thanks to Worm.
We did it.
Let's thank you, Master Schroeder.
Splinter.
Winter.
Bitch.
What did I do?
That was so good. We won for Worm. I'm going to screenshot this and send to Worm.
Since Mr. Beast was in it.
Type shit, bro.
I'm going to send this to Worm as a Victor Royale. Return lobby. We won the game for Worm.
We need to do. We need to go into your bathroom and send us pictures. Send him pictures.
Type shit.
I took a selfie in Big Audie Worm's bathroom.
Let's
What?
see that charcoal.
Yeah. It's crazy.
Charcoal, who gave you that, bro? I'm pretty sure
I
it
don't
wasn't
know,
me.
but they're getting ahead. I don't know.
Excuse me. Good game, boys. Good game. That was fun. And it was all thanks to Ruspin, who won us the game.
Good game,
Sit out.
everybody.
I'm gonna sit out for like 2 games.
Are you okay?
Yeah, I'm fine.
Okay, all good. I'll kick you from their thing so we all play a game.
He needs to go outside and pray.
Oh, true. He's a prey every time he gets a Victor Royale. I forgot he does that. You sure get a game, surely, right? So, there might be a chance Franz won't be coming next year. That's annoying.
Oh, really? Why not?
No, He's just gonna stay at a separate place. He's someone to save us.
That makes it hard for us then, because we need to get another person then to replace him.
No, because we already have 10 people.
Nah, more people. More people. More. So Kayla and Lana will having a room together. Zon will be probably sharing a room. Maybe all having our own room as well. Russ and I'll be sharing our own bed in one room, and Zon will be having a block bed of mine in the living room or a couch. So and Elle has a maybe with her and a partner. The thing is, we need to get a hold on that house if we really want to push this forward. Next pay in a couple of weeks' time, I could try and like deposit it again. That's the only thing I could think of.
Yeah, we don't want to miss out on that house.
It's a good house. Is it the same one I'm thinking of? Is this the same one we looked at before? It's a really nice house. It's really nice. It's a very nice house.
Let's do it, guys.
So far away. There we go. Oh, that's things to do on the Gold Coast, which makes sense. Yeah. Stays. Yeah, stays. Yeah, never heard of stays before. It's a very nice area.
It's a very nice area.
Did it increase by any chance? Because it's 4.3k now for 5 nights. Was it like that before?
Yes.
Okay, cool. Okay, that's fine then. I literally thought it increased. I don't know why. Was there a deposit of like money of how much it cost? Okay, how much is it?
$2,000.
All right, if Zom and I split it in half, then I reckon it'll be fine. 1,000 each. Just so we can actually hold on to it. Are you gonna pay for it? All right, we'll give you the 1,000 each then. It'll be your Airbnb. So you have to look after it, clean it up and everything, bro. Do what I did basically with the Airbnb this year. It's stressful.
I finished it.
No, because it's on you, bro. It's on your name, bro. Jump down straight away. Yeah, you have to look after the place, bro. That's what I did with the Airbnb. I was cleaning up every morning, mid hungover. It sucked.
Yeah.
I was doing dishes, vacuum cleaning, mopping up everything. Not mopping, but like cleaning everything. Not everything, but like the benches and shit like that. The more important areas, you know? Like where you eat.
Absolutely.
It was fun though. It was fun though. I had a good time. It was good. Yeah. We ate sometimes. What's up?
Yeah.
No, you go.
Sorry,
you
you
go.
go. You...
No, you go.
No, you go.
No, you go.
No, please.
No, you go.
Please, because mine's a different topic. So you
go.
go.
Okay.
You going, bro?
About what? Yeah, I did. I just did.
Oh.
Sorry, Kayla, I had to do it.
Gaslight me.
Always, bro. Thank you. So you're saying sorry, Kayla?
Hook, what vlogging camera do you use?
I use a Sony V1A.
Is that what, would you recommend that one?
It's a very nice camera. I would recommend good lens though, because the viewing kind of sucks a bit. So I recommend a better lens with it. And those lenses cost a lot, by the way.
Yeah.
Most lenses can go for like a grand.
And good cameras go for $1,000. And guess how I got my camera? Thanks to Woolworths money, because they underpaid me for 5 years. Gave me a total of $3,000. I'm not even kidding. They underpaid me for 3 years.
Jesus Christ.
Yeah, and they gave me like a big paycheck. I'm like, I'm gonna use a vlogging camera.
No, that's so good, because I'm looking at getting a vlogging camera as well for next year.
Really? Oh yeah. We can do different angles and different stuff, bro. That'd be cool.
Stop, we can.
That'd be so good. Cool. Go to the event or some shit like that, and we have like different camera angles or like a funny event. Like if I do like a funny thing, you have a different perspective of what I do. That'd be so
like
funny.
Different point of views.
Yeah,
that'd be
buddy.
So good.
Yeah, that'd be fucking sick actually.
I brought a $3,000 PC.
Yeah, actually, bro. Yeah, I could have actually, but nah. It's fine, bro. I would have.
What's your one called, Hook? It's called a Sony.
I'll double check again. Hang on a second. I'll have to look at my camera.
That's so good.
I lost my camera. I don't know where it is. Hang on a second.
That's okay.
Oh, this place. There it is. Oh my god, that's so bad.
That's okay. What's your,
Oh, no,
what's your guess?
found it. I'll tell you all the
Slay.
models after this game. Thanks
Yeah.
for pushing me. Thanks for pushing me, bro. Thank you for pushing. Anyone behind us or? Oh my god, fucking dude. Scooby-Doo's playing right now. That mystery.
Scooby-Doo.
I see you, Scoop. Oh, that's the wrong one. Oh, it's Russ been playing it. It's I'm gonna put some music just so that we have actual good music here. Go down there, by the way, where that treasure chest was. Good song. Going after
For
you,
real.
we gotta solve that mystery. I grew up with the OG Scooby-Doo show, how there was an audience laughing in the background with absolutely nothing happening. And it was still funny as hell. I'm not even kidding, it was so funny. Hello? We should get off.
I'm getting out of the car.
Same. Oh my god, good job, Bryce. Oh my god, even hit him properly. Oh my god, what's Gwenpool doing?
Let's go.
Hey, bro, how are you, bro?
Wait, did I kill?
Nah, I didn't get the kill. I'm sorry, bro. Bro, I feel like you're like a professional Fortnite streamer. Like, oh, he's not doing anything good right here. Nah, big mistake right there, buddy.
No, it's okay. I'm nice.
Yay.
The only thing I got to my name is Overwatch.
That's fine, bro. This camera, yeah, this camera's fine. I have to find out what model this is. Menu. Oh, by the way, Kayla, a good feature with the Sony camera, you connect your phone to your camera. You can send videos and pictures from your camera to your phone.
Wait, really?
Yes, with the Sony app. It's really handy.
That's massive, actually. That's really good.
Wait, really?
Yeah, it's really cool. Took me like
Yeah,
a few
it's
months to
really
get that right properly.
That's
Setup
cool.
options. No, it has to be information on here. Creator, EMF peaking, Zebra display. Where is it? Where's the information on here? Peaking display. It's definitely a Z something though. ZAF1 or ZF1, I think. But they're very pricey though. I got mine free, so you have to save your one for a while.
ZV1F?
Yes, that's it. Oh my god, that's it, Kayla. Holy shit, that's exactly what I've got.
Okay, sweet. Thank
How much
you.
is it? How much is it?
Shit.
It's like nearly $700.
Dude, you have such a better deal than I do. Mine was $1,200 because it first came out. Holy shit, Kayla. Yeah, that's good savings.
Sale right now. That's why it's so much cheaper. I
Oh,
think.
how much is the original price, Kayla?
$769, so not too much more.
But how long do you have though before the Black Friday sale ends, bro?
Oh, at JB, it's got at JB it's just $678 full price.
That's not bad.
It's not on sale.
I'm no fucking day. No, I did. Oh, there's another guy with us too. That's okay. I'm gonna crawl away. I'm crawling away. Oh, good job, Kayla. One more. Is a car coming? He heard a car. Watch out for car. That's okay. Oh, I got ran over by Among Us. Ugh. I might do one more game and then I'll hop off.
Sounds good. I'll do one more as well.
Just because I've been streaming for a while and I got stuff to do, like doing a bunch of editing.
Yeah. So what are you gonna edit, Hook?
Yeah.
Me having a worm and Hook moment and a bunch of clips that I'm gonna be making as well. So
I can't wait to see. Let's go.
yeah. It's gonna be very fun. I can't believe Worm joined the call and we were talking for a bit. That was fucking cool. It's rare seeing Worm. Trio. Wait, Kayla, are you still with us, Kayla?
I am. I'm here.
Yeah.
I have to go into the lobby. Oh, I didn't go to the lobby. My bad. I'm going to the lobby now.
It's all good. It's all good. Here you go. Hey,
yeah.
hey, Billie Eilish. How are you, bro?
Hey, Billy.
You're the one that's Billy, bro. What do you mean, bro? You're talking to yourself.
you're Billy.
Hey, Billy. Oh my god.
You're Billy. You're Billy.
I know where you are, but what am I?
Oh,
Billy?
that was tough.
Thank you, bro. I appreciate the fake support. But yeah, next year's New Year's resolution is focusing on one game or content until I finish it per month. So that's Star Wars, Jedi Survivor, Resident Evil Village, Ratchet and Clank, Nier, the remaster of Nier. That's like my oldest series. So I might actually start that first, actually.
Oh yeah.
I love that game. That's a remake of a very old Xbox 360 game when I was a kid, and I fell in love with it as soon as I played the game. It's on my Let's Play series on my YouTube channel. I started crying at the start of the opening because it was so inaccurate and so good with the music. Music's so peak in Nier. I love it. So I really want to keep playing it. So I'll dedicate that. And also Silk Song as well. Not Silk Song. Hollow Knight Silk Song. I need to get back into that as well. Resident Evil, Ratchet and Clank, Star Wars Jedi Survivor, and what other games I'm playing? That was a series I need to finish off. Oh my god, I need to remember it. I want to start with the oldest first. That might be fair. What's happening right here? What the fuck's going on here? Bro.
Take another month break and just focus on that.
Maybe, but unless I stream myself playing those games only, and that's the content right there.
Yeah, that would be good. I don't think you should go cold turkey again, like personally, like I don't know.
Yeah, just like focusing on YouTube on the break, but you don't get off playing.
Yeah, don't I agree.
Oh, that was the original idea why I did to begin with, because I was so distracted by social media. That was my problem. Everything was stacking, and I was getting really stressed out and really worn out and tired.
Log out of everything. Log out of Twitter.
That's what I did. That's what I did for that whole month, or 2 months ish with a capital E. I did that.
But don't log off Discord. Yeah.
But that's one of the big parts I was distracted the most, bro, because it was you guys.
No, because I think it's fine to be on break and going to VC stills.
I get distracted when I was in VC, when I was editing videos. I end up being too distracted with the conversations and stuff what you guys were doing when I was trying to edit. Yeah, I don't know. It's an ADHD thing, unfortunately. It's either I try and... Yeah, I don't know.
If you go on break, don't go on break next month. Or January.
Oh my god, do what Big Audio Worm's doing, taking a break from January and December. Because that's what he's doing. Prioritizing his wife. Because he has a reason to do it as well.
Well, yeah, we need you for the idea.
Exactly. Yeah, that's true. No, like I said, I might just focus on streaming on those particular games only and make content with those, and that's it. And you guys make it fun. You guys make it interesting. Oh no, I'll try and revive you if I can, Aras. Oh, who's behind me? What the fuck? I heard voices. I'll be your backup. Hang on. Ah!
I'm down.
That's okay, bro.
Thank you.
Easy. There's still more people. More people, though. Thanks, Purple. Thanks, Purple, for the backup, Purple. Appreciate it, bro. Where's the other guy, bro? Oh, you heard footsteps, bro.
I think it's the bot.
Okay. Oh, that's fine. So, how would I do it, though, if I were to stream? Do I be in the VC, or would you guys just be chilling in the chat? Because I think I'll be more distracted if you guys are in the VC. I don't know. Because yeah, just wait me, sorry.
What do you mean in a VC doing what?
Like just doing my games, like my game focusing, like next for January for Nier.
You don't need to be in VC when you're playing.
Okay.
When you're on break.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah, definitely. Oh yeah. But no games at all though.
We can play games, but
You can play, yeah. I think just be a bit. Don't be as like I don't know.
I think like with your solo games, I think it's best if you just don't come to VC with that. But like if you want to play online games.
Oh yeah, like take a break from like editing an episode or some shit like that. Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, honestly, not gonna lie, it thanks to me going on break, I got a job, so maybe I should avoid with you guys. Maybe. Not even kidding. I got a job while I had my break. I got the call and everything. Yeah. No, I'm kidding.
Did you just say the J word?
Yeah, I'm sorry, bro. I did, bro, and I'm very happy with my new J
so
word.
triggering for me.
Hang on, yeah.
Put in leave. for April as well.
Oh, no. I'm only going to do it when we have an actual place we're going to go to. That's when I'm going to put leave in. When we have an actual place. Yeah, that's fine. That's fine. Well, I'll pull it in when we get the place. As long as we have an actual designated place we're going to go to. People over there. That's what matters. Because I wasn't going to put any leave in until we have an actual place we're going to stay in. Because it's a big investment as well. Good job, boys. Hey, gunfire. Hey, gunfire. From northeast. 6170. Good job. Someone breaking the tree. The tree's blocking my... Someone got revive. What the fuck? Giant donuts, you guys. Do you get good shit when you kill these guys? Check behind us just in case, by the way. I'm getting fired at. I'm getting fired at. He's dead. Done.
Nice.
I love this rifle so much. It reminds me of the M14 from Call of Duty Black Ops 1. Bro's exploding everything. Oh, yeah. It's a gun. Dude, the devil gun in Chainsaw Man is the most scariest thing I've ever read in a manga. The power of it and how they written and drew it was so scary, bro.
Damn.
Such good art too, but such gruesome gore.
Yeah, that's so true.
America is like, yeah, let's kill this girl. And in the favor of 1 million lives from America, the gun devil wipes out an entire nation of like over 1,000 people. And the thing is, you see the full names of all the people that got killed on the panels. They don't even show you them dying. Just like their name being completely read there, saying, oh, you can read the name if you want to, but there's no non-existent because that's how irrelevant they are. It was so sad. And plot twist, a main character's name was in one of the names, and that's how you can tell they died. It was crazy. Oh my god. It was great. I loved it. I'm a bit cautious about the second part of the Chainsaw Man manga. A bit weird at the moment. Not a fan of it. Denji's in it though, which I'm happy with, but I don't know. I have to see how I go. I would rather read One Piece though. I'm a little bit slow on the One Piece. I'm sorry?
When does Vegeta come back? Vegeta.
Yeah, I know, right? He's so cute. I know, yeah. I mean, in the first part, he was there in the last arc of the first part of the manga, but I'm not where he is now though in the second part because it's focusing on a new character. So it's like, yeah, Denji's there, but he's like a side character now, which I'm not happy with. It's like, cool. I don't know. I don't know, but the main character's not that interesting though. That's the thing. Denji's more interesting than the main character. That's the issue. Danganronpa's cool. I like Danganronpa. I've seen
the third game.
Not the third game, the first one, the original first Danganronpa. I loved that. That was peak. It was great. Loved it.
The third one, I don't know, do you care about spoilers?
No, not really.
The third one, it tricks you to thinking what the main character is, but then they switch it out.
That's cool. That shit I like. That shit I like. I like that. That's cool. Oh, that's cool. I mean, that part's cool because it was planned like that, but
so you really not care about spoilers? You don't care?
But Danganronpa? Not really.
No. Okay.
It's a huge commitment.
You know how in Danganronpa, like, there's a murderer and you have to figure out the trial?
Yes. That was cool.
So
I like that
in the third
aspect.
game, someone dies pretty much right away.
Yep. Oh, well, as soon as it starts, really. Oh, wow. Quick.
As the main character, and it turns out you killed that person.
Oh.
That main character gets killed and it switches to the proper one.
That's cool. That's a good reveal. That I like. I would actually be happy with that. If Chainsaw Man did that instead, I would be happy with that reveal. But they really didn't. They just like, new storyline. Here's a new character right here. Bob's your uncle. Denji's not here at the moment. Just new character. Enjoy her. I don't care if you don't like her. That's why I didn't like. It's like a forced, like, complete switch around. Focus on Denji for like 100 something chapters. And then it's like, hey, you girl. Have fun. War Devil. That's what the devil now is for the new character. She's got a thing called War Devil. So I was like, okay, cool. I'm trying to like her, but she's not that cool at the moment. I know that they're going to fight though eventually. So I'm going to look forward to that. There's a lot of people up there, by the way, guys. So good luck, boys.
Oh, I don't like how they have the high ground, yeah.
Yeah, I mean, you are not bother. You are on the way. Not bother. They haven't seen us yet.
Come up.
Go up here. Well, we'll go around. We'll go around.
Yeah.
Wait.
Wait, wrong way.
Yeah, I was gonna say, yeah. Oh no, Rice! Oh, I'll come back. Oh, I hear footsteps. Slide down. Yeah. Alright. As soon...
Do you have meds, Rice?
Yeah, oh, I got meds. That's all I got. Sorry, dude. Where the fuck are they? Oh, they're getting killed over there, by the way. They're getting killed right there. We can honestly get them.
Rice.
Oh, there's a guy right there. Oh, they might regroup now because they haven't seen us yet. Are they? Okay, cool.
We're coming.
Whereabouts, Kayla?
I'm just going up to Rice.
Okay. I'll give you guys back up on the other side.
Yeah.
Where the fuck are they? Not reviving. So the car's good. They could have used the toilet. Sorry. Oh, Krusty? Oh, Phil! Are you fucking serious?
No.
I slide down, bro. I slide too close to the sun.
No.
I'm going down as well. Fuck it.
Yeah, the one's right there, and I saw one over there too. We're in the circle, so it's fine.
Car behind you.
No. Sorry, Kayla.
That's all good.
Whereabouts are they? Oh, cool. Good shit, Rice. Nice. Good job. Just have to watch out for other people around here too. Those people are still here, remember? Keep your guard up.
There's people at the Reaper van.
Okay, cool. Ah, come on here.
Oh my god, right here.
Cracked. He's cracked. Not really skilled though, but he's still cracked regardless. Where the fuck are they? Where the fuck is he? Where is he? Oh, there he is.
I didn't mean to do that. I didn't mean to fall.
That's fine, bro. That's fine. Dude. This is intense, broskies.
It is, it really
As long as we stick together, we should be fine as we call out for people who is around us. Someone over there. No, they fucked off, don't worry.
The back.
Oh, they really? I'm gonna take the high ground.
Okay, yeah.
Dude, what the fuck? Oh, so, dropping. Someone's dropping. Someone got revived? Someone got revived, but the fucking car was. Are you serious? Alright, whatever. That's fine.
Get on top of this building.
Damn, Krusty claim, that's great, but still. That's gunfire. Where are they?
They're behind that.
Oh, okay, alright.
There's also people on top of that.
I reckon we go deep in the circle. I reckon we let them come to us, I reckon. Because we got coverage, which is good, but do we risk it?
There's lower and lower, I reckon.
Okay.
Chat, let's get back to Fortnite.
Hey, bro.
This is our last game. Hi.
Fucking what?
Dude, we didn't know what you were doing, Charcoal. You said, alright, BRB, play a few games without me. And it's like 8 p.m. for me right now. I've been streaming for like 4 hours now.
It's the exact same. I'm on the exact same time you are. I know what time
I know, but I've been streaming for 4 hours, and I want to get ready for work as well tomorrow too as well. I want to put some stuff away. So I'll play tonight though after stream.
Man, fuck all of you, bro. You guys hate me.
I mean, that's besides the point, bro. Oh my god, what the fuck?
What time for you?
What? Oh, we need to go. Oh, you
Maybe I
go.
won't even watch the live event with you guys, considering you're so mean.
Oh no, I would love to watch a live event at 5 a.m. Are you gonna be there, bro? Will you actually be there? We'll stick the high ground. Stick the high ground. Stick the high ground.
Touch it.
I normally just don't go to bed for live events. I just say,
play some Fortnite.
Well, I got plans on Sunday, so.
Oh,
I kinda
well,
have to, like, sleep a
looky
bit and then,
here.
What's the limit of
Damn.
sleep deprivation when hanging out with people?
Bro's got
bro,
plans.
Bro,
Guys, it's one
literally-
person.
Whenever I'm sweating, I sweat like 10 times more. So I'm just like always drinking water throughout the entire
some
day,
people don't,
and I'm
some
just
people.
fucking a wet. I'm essentially just filling up a swimming pool.
That's crazy. Yeah, it's just us, by the way. Yeah, it's just us, by the way, with the next group, and just the last two. Wait, hang on. Where are they?
Gojo's over the rocks.
Gojo.
Oh, you be here? All right, bet.
Yeah.
Oh, hang on, right there. Right there.
65.
Hello? The fuck is that?
Why is the bot?
What is
Bots
that?
at you?
The bots throwing bots. What the frick, bro? What? That's so rude.
Disrespectful.
Ah, shit. I'm not buying it. Go, Russ. Go to Russ. Go to Russ, Kayla. Go right here. Go right here.
Yeah.
32, 32. One's down, one's down, one's down, one's down.
2 down.
Oh, God. Storm's coming, storm's coming, storm's coming. Where is he? Where are they? Where are they, bro? Let them come to us. Just come to the spawn. Come to the next thing. And we'll let them come to us. He's right there. Don't worry. All right there. He's right there.
What's a bug?
Oh, don't worry.
Let's see myself now. Look at this running.
Oh, shit. Right there. Hello. Hello, sir. How are you, sir? Oh, bro. Thinks he's sneaky, bro.
Up on the hill as well, up on the mountain.
Oh, God. Oh, yeah. I'm getting here. Oh, there. We went the opposite. We went the opposite, guys. Really? We went the opposite. I'm so sorry, guys. We should have stepped up there. We should have stepped there. Oh, Kayla's down. Kayla's down. Kayla's down.
It's alright, carry on without me. They're gonna shoot you when you try and get me out.
No, it's fine. It's fine. No one gets left behind. Russ been trying to distract him. We have our wake call, by the way, too. Circle's coming in, guys. Go, 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 go. No. Guys. Oh, I'm down. No. Oh, their house. Damn. Ah, damn. I'm going to be in the circle. She's fine. You got this, Kayla. Yeah, the guy's up there, and the banana guy is up there. And I don't know about his mate. It might be just the two of them, I'm pretty sure.
No!
That's
oh,
okay.
they shot me through the window. Sorry,
No,
guys.
that's fine. No, that's fine. That was cool. That's fun. It's good practice.
fun.
It's good practice.
It was.
Communication's
Thank you
always
for the
key.
games, everybody.
Yeah, we lost the game because of Kayla. Fuck you, Kayla. Hope you shouldn't die. Fuck you. Alright, good night, guys. Everyone. GG's.
See you guys. Bye, guys.
Bye, guys.
See you
Bye-bye.
later.
GG's. GG's. Bye-bye. Bye-bye. GG's, boys. Talk to you guys later on tonight, maybe. But yeah, enjoy your games, boys. Enjoy. Have a good one, boys.
Bullshit, man. Bullshit.
I'll play for you later on tonight, bro. Shut the fuck up.
I'm not playing us now.
No, I have a life, bro. I have to put stuff away and have dinner and have a shower, bro, with my parents. If I had the privilege of eating in my room for dinner, I would, but I'd rather spend time with my parents. So I'll talk to you guys later, okay? Bye-bye. Alright, who's live right now? That was good. That was fun. I had a really fun time with you guys. That was fun. Whoever came to the stream, thank you everybody for Loomsy. Thank you for Healy later. Kayla. Thank you for being Taz being here too. Kayla, as well as Purple. Thank you, Purple, being you. Purple was the longest person being here. So thank you, Purple, being here, Purple. I much appreciate Purple. And X-Volts, thanks X-Volts for being here, you dickhead. Irene was here. Thank you, Irene, for being here as well. Irene for a little bit. And Taz and Miss Callan and Poop Balls as well. Thank you everybody for being here. I much appreciate you guys. We're going to route to Worm. And hopefully he is not streaming for too much longer. Hopefully not. I'm not sure what he's doing, but oh, he's smashed. Yeah, we're gonna stream it. We're gonna rate to him. So hopefully we'll have a good night, boys. I really hope we have a great night tonight. Thank you everybody who's here. We should all have a good one. So I'll be talking more about what I want to do in the future with next year. Like I said, I want to dedicate every single month to a game. January is Nia. If you guys don't know what that is, it's a Japanese action RPG. That might take me the entire month to play and finish, by the way. So I'm looking forward to that. So please, I am looking forward to that because I love playing games that I really enjoy. So please look forward to it. And I also got Jedi Survivor to play, Ratchet and Clank, Resident Evil Village, and a couple of other games as well that I'm going to be playing throughout the months. I'll be doing more, talk about it later on. It's just a heads up for now. So we're going to be ready off the Big Audio One right now. So we're going to shout the Big Audio One right now. And hopefully we all have a good night tonight. Mesh is hidden. Okay, buddy. But yeah, hope we have a good night, guys. Thank you everybody who has been here. This is a spontaneous idea, by the way. Oh, what the fuck? What the fuck? I can't hear his clip, bro. Oh, I can't even hear his clip, bro. Oh, that's a shame. Man, he's laughing at that shit, bro. Have a good night, guys. Please enjoy Worm. He's amazing. And I'll talk to you guys very, very soon. See you guys next time when I stream, okay? I'll be streaming Fortnite on 5 a.m. So enjoy that. Bye. Peace.
Going all night long, baby, like Lionel Richie. Well. Damn, they are big strawberries. Put that up to your face, Rain.
Oh, hang on, wait. Give me 2
Oh, it's not a strawberry. It's a top.
No, I did just have strawberry. I'm just pouring
Oh,
that.
you have seen it though, Mud. 20 months sub, baby.
Yeah, some of them are pretty fucking big, eh?
Fucking, hold that up again, dude.
They're like massive.
That's like.
I've only got 3 left.
Like, now listen, I'm not saying that this is the analogy for you, Rainy. I'm just saying I've seen a lot of pornographic videos before in my life. Right.
You're trying to see how many of these strawberries I can fit
I'm
in
not
my
saying that. I'm just saying that I've seen plenty of pornography films whereby the man may have been of African American descent. He had big balls. Oh my god.
Oh my fucking god, Worm, you're such a fucking...